You can't hear me. Good morning, my beautiful people. Hello. How is everybody doing this morning? Good, I hope. Hello. Good morning. Looks like we got a brown wall we're staring at. So nothing has started yet. Is anyone... Say hello to the NBC chat. Oh, Donna's in there. Crazy Donna's in there. I said, oh, yay, Donna's here. She's gonna get so mad. It's gonna be so funny. Hi, Maria. Love you, Mama. I gotta call you later today. If not, I'll definitely talk to you this week. I promise. Let's see. I don't know why am I using Safari? Is that why? That's why. Oh, son of a bitch. Good morning, turtle sucker. Oh, they're so gross. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, nothing's going on. They just have it at the wall right now. All right, let's. And the fucking thing's like shaking. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I have to switch browsers because Safari's already fucking driving me mental. I'll be right back, okay? Okay. Can everyone hear me? I hope so. Let's see. I don't know why my Safari browser is just being an asshole. Good morning, Ben Rosas. Hi, Karen. Hi, Amber. My girl, Jess. Maria, my two favorite Marias. My girl, K-Bell. Amber, Donna, crazy Donna. She's a trip girl. I can't. She likes Texas. My beautiful girl. Hi, Christina. What's up, baby? No word salad. G morning. What's up? Jen FL from 5. Hi, good morning. Karen with the Y, my girl. None your business. What's up? I don't know if anybody's still here, but thank you for joining. I appreciate you all. Let me try to get on this. Yeah, Safari was like acting like brand new, like I didn't log in before. I'm like, what is happening? I wrote, oh, yay, Dawn is here. And the next comment is, good morning, turtle sucker. No, I can do even better. I'll show you guys the John DePietro song in person. How about that? Let me see. I'm pretty sure I have my arrest. I know, that's a new one. Amber. That's different. See right there. I wrote, oh, yay, Dawn is here. And then morning, turtle sucker. Definitely, Jen. I agree. I agree. Totally agree. Scatty, what's up? Thank you for being here. Donna is always on one. I don't understand what she's so mad about. I don't get it. She's saying anything? Miss. I feel free 66. I have no idea why, but just envisioned Jesse. Oh, Jesse and the house crashers singing boats and hoes and dancing and smoking weed. What the fuck? Okay, that's a little irrelevant, but you know, whatever. She seems like a rational young lady. Has anybody seen her Facebook page? Oh, okay, wait a minute. I'm going to show you guys something funny. I'm signed in and I can get on here. Oh, yay. And she uses her whole government, which, I mean, hey, respect. Total respect for that. You know what I mean? But is it Donna P. Pelican? Just kidding. It's not Pelican, but we're going to call her that. Pelliccia. I need her head on a pelican body by fucking 10 a.m. No, I'm just kidding. Wait till you see this, though. Hold on. Donna Pelliccia. I think Why am I having such a hard time fucking spelling this? Pellicci.
Good morning.
March 25th, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus KELSEY FITZSIMMONs, 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Paige.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Cookie for the defendant, KELSEY FITZSIMMONs.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Was she wearing black today?
Okay, thank you for the summary. I appreciate it. You can have a seat.
Cream?
So
Oh,
I
cute.
wanted to talk about a couple of administrative matters.
She's got to be exhausted.
On the view. I decided that the most efficient, transparent, way to handle the travel to and from the view is to, and that is that I intend to order a bus, and the attorneys, the court staff, the defendant will all travel together on that bus, like we do during the jury trial, along with our court officers. I think that it lends to some transparency, but also I think it will be an efficient way to travel over there so that whatever escort or whatever arrangements are made, I'm not suggesting I don't get involved in that, but whatever arrangements are made for security, that we just are in one place. Again, it's what we do for jury trials, so let's do it that way. As for the timing, if I can, I'm assuming we'll go tomorrow morning, whenever you folks work it out. Just work out the time with Mr. Ruane so he can get the bus scheduled, but we do have a reservation-ish right now, it reserved for tomorrow morning. I would suggest that we, like in a jury trial, we gather in the courtroom. Mr. Ruane announces the case, and then we adjourn for the viewing and return to the courtroom, et cetera. So that would be the procedure. Also, after thinking about it on media and public access, or whatever, not access, but the public attending, crowd control, basically, for lack of a better word. I think that after thinking about it, it's not my place. I think that I don't intend to issue an order. The state police and the local police always do what they do, and they do it well, and they don't need me meddling. And it occurred to me that when I mentioned yesterday about having some space, order requiring some space between folks, I was really thinking of jurors and all that. So again, unless you folks think I need to order it, I think that the law enforcement are skilled at these things, know how to handle it, and they can use their normal discretion. The media typically is allowed to film things, and it should be public in that way, but do you folks believe that I need to order something more specific than that? No. All right, so, and then the last thing is, administratively, is I emailed you folks this morning. I took a crack at I'd like to have some starting point when we have our charge conference, when we discuss the law, law of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And so what I did is I just basically formulated what would be a jury instruction as a starting point. It was disseminated by email, but you also should have been left physical copies. Mr. Ruane has marked that item as Exhibit C for identification, and we'll just work off of that, and I think that will be the most efficient way. And then lastly, schedule. Commonwealth, you're going to be calling witnesses, one witness, okay, and then you'll be ready to proceed into the defense case? Okay. All right, let's proceed. Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
You raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat. Pull yourself right up to that mic.
Matt?
Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is David Strong, Strong.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a sergeant on the Mass State Police.
How long have you been employed by the Massachusetts State Police?
14 years.
And if you could just give us a brief chronology.
Hate 'em
of your
already.
Assignments while on the state police.
Yes, I graduated the State Police Academy March 2012. Was assigned to patrol. 2018, began working out of the State Police Detective Unit. And then in 2025, I was promoted sergeant.
And is that the state police detective unit assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And as a trooper assigned to, and then as a sergeant assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office, what are your day-to-day responsibilities?
We conduct death investigations, homicides, suspicious deaths, unattended deaths, non-fatal shootings or stabbings, as well as officer-involved shootings.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of 2025. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was the on-call supervisor.
And what's it mean to be the on-call supervisor?
For 1 week a month, where we supervise the troopers. If they have any questions or if there's a homicide or a serious event, then we'll go out to assist.
And at some point during that, was it a Monday?
Yes.
And at some point during the day, did you get a call from one of your troopers?
I did.
And as a result of that phone call, what information did you learn about what you would be doing next?
I learned that there was an officer-involved shooting in North Andover. So I responded along with my detective lieutenant, as well as crime scene services and ballistics.
And a number of other troopers that you supervise?
Yes. Several other troopers from my office also responded.
Do you remember about what time of day, what address did you respond to?
125 Phillips Brook Road.
And about what time of day did you arrive?
I believe I arrived at around 6 p.m.
And what was the state of the address at 125 Phillips Brook Road when you arrived?
The residence was taped off. There's a perimeter outside the house.
And who was at the scene at that time?
At that time, it was just North Andover PD.
And effectively, what happened once the Massachusetts State Police arrived?
I joined Trooper Ortiz, who also works in my office, and we took control of the scene.
And what was one of the first things that you did while on scene?
I was given a brief summary by Lieutenant Daly about what had occurred.
And after learning from Lieutenant Daly about what occurred, what did you do next?
I drafted a search warrant for the residence.
And at some point, was the search warrant authorized by the court?
Yes.
And at that point, did you and members of the Firearms Identification Squad, Crime Scene Unit, and other troopers from the DA's office enter the house?
Yes,
And did you participate in the search of the residence?
I did.
And did you, at some point, focus on one particular room?
Yes.
And what was that room?
It was the bedroom on the second floor.
And was that the bedroom to the right or to the left?
To the right.
I'm showing you exhibit 51. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
It's a green colored chest, as well as a chair and a box.
So the green colored chest you're referring to is this item here?
Yes.
And where was that in relation to the layout of the room?
It would be to your immediate left when you went to the room.
And is this the red box you're referring to?
Yes,
And is that the chair as you saw it that day?
it is.
At some point, did other members of the search team open the green chest?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, will there be objections? to
No,
these?
Your Honor, not
Okay.
supposed to. They can
All right,
be
so
admitted.
let's just have them marked and admitted.
Exhibit 97.
Guys, I just realized I hit 29 subscribers. Woohoo!
Exhibit 98.
2,900.
It was a 98,
97? And
97 and 98.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
may I display that, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Showing you exhibit 97, Sergeant Strong. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
That's the inside of the orange colored chest, with 2 firearms and firearms case.
Is the firearms case a black box?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you or other members of your team move those items?
Yes.
And where did you move them to?
To the bed.
Move to the where?
The bed.
The bed.
Showing you exhibit 98. What's depicted in exhibit 98?
It's a firearm that was located inside of the box, the gun box.
So that was what was in the closed box in the green chest?
Yes.
And what are these items here to the left?
Those were the other 2 firearms that were inside that same chest.
So there were 2 firearms, total of 3 firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Trooper Sergeant, do you know what kind of firearms these were?
I believe they were all 6 hours.
And do you know what happened to the firearms after they were photographed?
Yes, a trooper assigned to my office recovered them and secured them in our evidence.
And is that where they are today?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Cross?
Trooper Strong, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper, you're the lead investigator on the case from the state police, correct?
I am.
And you're a sergeant detective,
Yes, sir.
and you work at the Essex County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Part of your job is to investigate officer-involved shootings?
That's one of them, yes.
Yes, okay. And do you also do homicides?
What's that?
Do you investigate homicides as
Yes, sir.
well? And in this case, when was it first brought to your attention that there was an officer-involved shooting?
So the on-call trooper received the call about the shooting, and then he called me.
And who was the on-call officer?
It would be Trooper Ortiz.
And when you received that call, what did you first do?
I notified my detective lieutenant, and we responded to the scene.
Is that Detective Lieutenant DeMeo?
Yes, sir.
And what time was the shooting?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was it approximately 6 p.m.?
Around there.
And what time did you arrive?
Probably 25 minutes after I received the call, 30 minutes after I received the call.
All right, 6:30-ish, about
Yes.
6:30. What did you see when you got there?
The house was taped off, and there were detectives and police officers standing outside.
Now, I'm going to ask you to distinguish between North Andover police officers and state police officers.
Okay.
When you got there, who was in control of the crime scene?
At that time, Trooper Ortiz was there first, and then I arrived.
Do you know when Trooper Ortiz got there?
It must have been 5 or 10 minutes before I got there.
All right, so doing the math, it's about probably 20 minutes where the North Andover police have exclusive control of the crime scene.
Approximately.
Did you recognize or know any of the North Andover police officers that were there?
No, sir.
Did you recognize or know the chief of police for North Andover?
No, sir.
Did you meet any North Andover police officers when you were there?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Who's in charge of that crime scene in this circumstance? Is it the North Andover police or the Mass State Police?
Mass State Police.
And as a practical matter, as we said, that transfer could only happen when a state trooper gets there, right?
Yes.
And the first trooper's there about 6:20, probably,
Yeah, approximately.
and then you get there around 6:30.
Yes.
And what was the What happened with respect to kind of taking over the crime scene?
We just made sure the house was secured. Nobody was inside. Nobody crossed the tape line, the perimeter. And then we knew that we needed to draft a search warrant.
When you got there, did you go in the house?
No.
When did you first go in the house?
Once we got a search warrant.
Were there any North Andover police officers in the house?
No.
And when you were there anyway?
Correct.
Do you know if that was by coincidence or by some order of someone that nobody be in the house, or what?
It was by an order. Everybody knew that we were in a search warrant, and everybody knew not to be in the house. When you first got there, what did you do while you were there before you worked on the search warrant? I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Where did that occur?
It was in this kind of near the school, outside of the house.
Was it on the school property or was it on the house property?
It was in the school. It would be in the street, so
The sidewalk or something?
yeah.
Was there any mention, to your knowledge or awareness, of any invocation of the town policy regarding drug testing?
No.
No conversation about that at all?
No.
All right. Did you speak with Officer Noonan at the scene?
No.
Where was Officer Noonan?
He wasn't on the scene.
Do you know what happened to him?
I believe he went to the hospital.
Okay. And do you know any circumstances about that?
I do not.
And you know that that's a common occurrence when there's an officer-involved shooting. The officer's always taken to the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's a precaution, but it also gets him out of investigative scrutiny, doesn't it?
I think it's policy.
Right. Okay. So then you decided to obtain a search warrant, and the reasons for that were what? That the person that was shot owns the house, and they're not around to consent. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
At some point, Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged with assault as well as assault with intent to murder, right? Assault, I should say it better. Assault by means of a dangerous weapon and assault with intent to murder, Officer Noonan, correct?
What's the relevance?
Well, it goes to what the investigators did, judge, potential investigator bias, that they overcharged the case. What happened at the scene? I think it's pretty basic. What did they charge her with?
Okay, why, how is that relevant to me as a fact finder in determining whether the Commonwealth met its burden on the charge that resulted? So
I think it just goes to potential investigator bias, wherever it may be found. I think it goes to how they perceive the situation early on. It's part of the case. It's part of the circumstances of the case, Your Honor.
all right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can make a proffer if you want to protect the record, but I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay, that's it, Judge, just for those
Okay.
issues. Thank you.
Thanks.
So Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged,
Yes.
and that was on what date? I don't want to quiz you. How about July 3rd?
July 3rd, yes, sir.
Okay, a few days later.
Yes.
And on July 3rd, had you talked to Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Was that the first time you talked to him?
Yes.
And where was that?
North Andover Police Department.
And what were the circumstances of that?
We met in a conference room at the police department. It was myself and Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMayo, as well as an attorney.
Okay, and that was an interview that was recorded on your body camera, correct?
Yes.
And the body camera obviously takes video and takes audio, right?
Yes.
And now in that interview, you put your body camera on the desk, right?
Yes.
And you didn't put the body camera on the person you were interviewing though, right?
I don't recall exactly where it was facing when I put it down.
So, but don't you know that we don't have video of any of these officers when they're testifying from your body camera? Yes,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, when they're interviewed. Thank you, Aaron.
I tried to do them all consistently. I think I put it in the center of the table.
So you know that Noonan's not on video when he's testifying, right?
Yes.
So that was a deliberate decision you made to not video the witness that you were interviewing?
No.
Because, I mean, isn't it important to kind of see the witness's demeanor, reactions to questions, their emotional state when you have a body camera?
I felt it was just as important to get the audio as well as everybody else in the room.
And in this case, Trooper Strong, you wrote a report that's kind of like what we call a PC report, right?
For the
You know that
facts?
terminology? Right.
Yes.
You, is that your only report in the case?
No, I drafted several reports.
Okay. And in terms of the report for court, you sort of encapsulated the statements of all the other people in the case, right?
I believe I summarized 3.
Just gonna use the picture.
Yeah.
Showing you Exhibit 51. So it's fair to say that Exhibit 51 shows the door frame of the bedroom where the shooting happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And it shows this chest right here that I'm pointing to.
Yes.
The firearms, you observed those extra firearms that were in that chest, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say those firearms had nothing to do with the shooting in that room, right?
Yes.
So that's like a chest. It has leather trim on it, right?
Yes.
It has kind of a top that swings back and opens up,
Yes.
and it has some stuff on it right now anyway in the picture whenever that was taken.
Correct.
Are you aware of when that picture was taken?
I'm not.
And it's fair to say that the end of the chest kind of lines up with the door frame, right?
Very close.
So to get into that chest, you don't really need to disappear behind the door frame, do you?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, there's a chair there as well, right?
I'm not sure where the chair was at the time.
Okay, but it's there in the picture, right?
It's there in the picture.
And the pictures are offered as evidence of the crime scene, right?
Yes.
May I have one moment, please?
Sure, take your time.
Yes, yes, take your time, take your time. How about nobody? How about no? We don't take our time, we go fast, super fast. Moosey, thanks for being here, kid. Law, my girl, what up, Seuss? Hi, Riker. Bailey, go lay down, we love you. Dude, it's crazy, right? Wait, he makes music videos? They were talking about me smoking weed.
Before midnight.
I'm
All right,
confused.
so I just want to get the time frames down when you were at the scene, okay? So you arrived there around 6:30,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And then you think Ortiz is there 6:20.
Yes.
When do you leave to go prepare the search warrant?
I read the search warrant in my cruiser.
Okay, on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And how long do you figure that takes you?
2 hours, approximately.
Then you, what'd you do when you had the search warrant drafted?
I contacted the clerk.
Did you involve any assistant district attorney from the Essex DA's office?
Did I involve one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I believe on scene.
On scene? Who was on scene?
ADA Guptosi, Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo.
Did you have to go anywhere for the search warrant, or did you do that electronically?
I believe it's electronically.
And you emailed it to the clerk. Do you know when you emailed it to the clerk?
I do not.
When did you get approval?
It was sometime before midnight.
And while you were there, were you, obviously you're busy writing a search warrant, you have a lot to do. Were you also taking note here and there of any traffic into the house?
No.
Were you, did you know whether anyone from the North Andover PD went in and out of the house while you were writing the search warrant?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there an order in place and you said everybody knew about it to not go in the house?
Yes.
So was that order, fair to say, as far as you're concerned, that order's in place the entire time you're drafting the search warrant, getting approval, waiting to get it back, right?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say that no North Andover officers were supposed to be in the house from the time you got there, and that's presumably when you gave the order?
They never went back into the house after I got there.
Okay.
At any point.
And then no one went back in the house. And then once you had approval from the clerk on the search warrant, you went in the house very late.
Yes.
And so what time did you go in the house?
I don't recall. I believe it was just before midnight.
Who went in the house with you?
Crime scene services, ballistics, and other members from Essex SPDU, State Police Detective Unit.
Did any North Andover officers go in the house?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yeah, take your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving forward.
Thank you.
Any recross? Sorry, redirect?
Just one issue. Sergeant Strong, you were asked about the timing of the search warrant that you conducted at 125 Phillipsbrook Road. Do you remember?
Yes.
And is your memory exhausted as to the exact time that the search was conducted?
Yes.
Would reviewing a report related to the search warrant refresh your memory?
It would.
Yeah, Rich?
Yeah.
Sir, direct your attention to paragraph 1.
Yes.
What time did you and other members of the Massachusetts State Police start the execution of the search warrants?
Approximately 11 p.m.
No further questions.
Any,
No question.
I'm sorry?
No questions.
Okay, just for clarification, Sergeant, so the search warrant was approved by a judicial official?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
Was it, do you recall what court? person was from?
No, it wasn't Lawrence, Essex County. It was a different county, I believe.
Okay, it was like an on-call judge or
Yes,
something?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that I had no involvement in reviewing or approving that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
And is it fair to say that Mr.
Hi,
Moren
Ray.
mentioned something about a clerk, had no involvement in the issuance or review of that search warrant?
He did not.
Counsel, either side wish to follow up on that? No. Okay. All right, thank you very much,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant. You may step down. Commonwealth, you call your next witness? All right, the Commonwealth rests. All right, and is there a motion?
There is.
Okay.
I'll stand on the paper.
All right, so it's paper 90. You've been provided, Commonwealth, a copy?
Yes, I did it.
All right, defendant's motion for a required finding and not guilty. Let me just read it. All right, and Mr. Bradle, did you want to be heard on the motion?
I'll stand on the paper.
Okay, all right, the motion is denied. And the defense, you can call your first witness.
Yes, Judge. We're going to call Ms. Moren Teresa. She should be outside.
Moren Teresa.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat and pull yourself right up to that mic.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Moren Teresa, Torrisi,
And where do you live?
in North Andover.
Okay, do you live in a condo complex there?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I am a stay-at-home mom, I guess. I guess I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
The construction industry and home staging, design.
How long have you been retired?
I closed my business, I think, 3 years ago. I had a large staging business.
How long have you lived in your condo complex in North Andover?
Since 2014.
Do you have a dog?
A dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I have 2
And do you walk the dog around the complex from time to time?
every day.
Do you, in the course of walking your dog, have you ever made the acquaintance of one of your neighbors named Mr. Noonan?
I have.
And do you know who that is generally?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Walking the dogs. I knew him as Duke's father,
And Duke is a
Duke is
dog.
his dog's name. I've spoken, just in passing. The dogs interact and, just general talking about the dogs and,
Sure.
and whatever. So I had spoken to him a few times and his wife, about the dogs and just general
Neighbors
stuff.
making small talk.
Absolutely.
Okay. And back in August of 2025, you had engaged him in some conversation about what was going on at the North Andover PD, right?
I did.
And is that what you said to him by way of initiating the conversation?
I did, yes. The beginning of it was just I had a razzing relationship with him, just regarding things going on in the world. And so what I started with is, how do you like what's going on, you know, in the world today or whatever. And he's like, I love it. And then I had asked, what's going on with North Andover, the town of North Andover?
What were you referring to when you said that to him?
What was going on at the department, as far as, you know, the shooting, the cop being shot.
And did he?
And he first said, what do you mean? And I said, well, you know, that press conference, the first press conference that was given made no sense. You know, and at that time he said,
Oh, she didn't know it was him.
What he said? I'm the shooter.
he said, I'm the shooter.
And what did you take that to mean?
I said to him that he was the one that shot the other officer, is what I took that to mean.
Right. And then what happened?
I had asked him if, well, first I said, you know, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know when police officers have to discharge their weapons, it affects them. And I can't imagine having to do that with a colleague.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the end of that.
I said I couldn't imagine having to do that to a colleague.
And what did he say?
And he had said to me that sorry, I'm a little nervous. He
okay, take your time.
had said that there was no choice to it. He had no choice, that he had to, she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom. And
Did he use any
he said
certain
that-
pejorative about her?
I'm sorry?
Did he use any certain pejorative about her?
I
What did he call her?
what did he call her?
Mhm.
Well, he didn't call her that at that time. He explained very, very briefly what had happened. And he said that when he came into the room, she had the gun pointed at him. And that it clicked. She clicked it. And I said, so there was no bullet there? And he said it clicked, and that he wasn't going to let her get a second shot off, and that he had to shoot her. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I had asked why they went to her house. The three of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station. And why wouldn't they, if they were going to the house to take a baby, why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them? And he said, well, she's a fucking whack job. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
You have to say what was said.
Okay.
And
And he said that she's an effing whack job.
so was that in response to you saying, why didn't you have social services go to the house?
Yeah. And I was like, wow, that word is used.
Objection.
Yeah, sustain. Next question.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So not what was said so much,
Okay.
but did you engage back with him about the, let's say, the propriety of that usage?
I did.
After that, did you end the conversation with him?
There was a little more conversation, and then it ended, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. How did you get involved in this case?
How did I get involved in it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, no, how did they know you heard this?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
After the conversation that we had had, I was shocked by it. I didn't even know Pat's first name
But
his
how
last.
did you contact someone?
I did. A little bit after we had the conversation, probably a week afterwards, I did contact somebody
Who?
that Mike Crawford. that I knew was in contact with the defense, and, you know, because I think there was a hearing, I'm not sure, but I know that Mike was in contact with them, and I contacted Mike
And so when was this? When was this conversation?
with Mike.
No, with, this conversation with admin.
It was August 20th.
August 20th.
Yep.
Okay. You were interested in this case from the beginning, right?
I'm sorry?
You were interested in this case from the beginning, weren't you?
No, I mean, I was interested in what was going on in my town, yes.
You're Maureen Sullivan, Teresa, correct?
I am.
And you post, and you make comments to newspaper articles, don't you?
About this?
Yeah.
I could have, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
can I go, Your Honor?
Yes, you've shown it to defense.
Yeah, they have a copy. Well, that's you, right? You reposted something on July 10th, correct?
When was this? July 10th. Okay, yeah.
And what did you repost?
Meaning what? What do you mean? What did I repost? It's a.
Yeah, it's a
article
simple
from Mike-
question.
I'm sorry, it's an article from, looks like a post from Mike Crawford. I
Right,
reposted that.
you reposted that. but the
Yes.
Post, well, what did you repost?
What's, I can't see it. Like, what's the context of
Yeah, when
Mike's?
You did it.
I understand that.
Hold on a second, please.
What is that?
Hold on, please. I'm not raising my voice,
Understood.
anything more than to just have a timeout, but hold on one second, ma'am. Just wait for,
Okay.
and Mr. Gubitosi has to do the same. We can't have two people speaking over each other. So Mr. Gubitosi, why don't you ask the question again? All right, thank you.
You don't remember what you reposted?
I can't see, no,
Okay.
from
Lisa?
July 10th, I can't read. My point being is, I'm sorry, I can't see it, is my problem.
If I may, for the witness, exhibit it up here, maybe if it's bigger.
Any objection?
I don't see the relevance of this, Judge. I object.
All right, well,
And there's no foundation as to why it might affect our state of
Let-
mind or lives.
all right, let's first things first, let's mark it for ID.
And I can't read it either for the record. So. The last statements.
Exhibit E for identification.
Okay. All right, now, I guess my question for Mr. Gubitosi is, why would the, putting it on the screen,
I just want
allow
her
it
to
to be
see.
more legible?
Well, it may be bigger, then I would ask her to go up to the screen to look at it. Maybe it won't.
Is there an objection?
I can't read it, so I don't know what it says, so I don't know if I should
Okay.
object to it.
All right, so let's take it a step at a time. So, you can, put it on the screen, she can take a look and just yes or no whether it allows her to read it. You can get off the stand and approach the screen if you'd like. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ruane, that was exhibit what?
E.
Read the big print.
Up here?
Yeah.
Attorney Tim Brado of North Andover Police, use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay, and so it's a statement, I'll let you get back at that.
Just for the record, I could not hear what she just said. I could see
I can
something.
read it from
but-
here, the big,
Okay. I'm
Right,
gonna
it's
ask-
just my
I'm gonna
eyesight's
ask her
horrible.
again, I'll ask her to read
Sure.
it, but she can read it.
I just can't read the context. It says Attorney Tim Bradle on North Andover Police use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer Kelsey
Okay, so you
Fitzsimmons.
reposted the statement that Attorney Bradle made about the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you comment to about news articles also, correct?
I have no idea. What,
Okay, may I
What do you-
approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you and just ask if you can look and see if you recognize that. What's that date?
The
August
fucking
14th.
amount of money the state fucking wastes, and this guy brings this as a fucking piece of evidence. Come the fuck on.
Just yes or no?
I'm just,
Yeah.
yes, that's my name, and yes, this is well, it's a comment.
It's a comment
To a
that you
post.
made to an article, correct?
Well,
Hold on one second. Let's mark it for ID, please. And Mr. Bradley, you've seen this?
I have that.
Okay.
Exhibit F, so marked.
Thank you.
So August 14th, you commented, correct?
I did.
Can you read what you said?
Can I read it?
Can you read out loud what you said?
Oh, sure. Joseph LaHood, I'm commenting too.
Sure.
Yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative will not pass the smell test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days. We have just begun.
So we have just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
You feel that you're akinning this to the Karen Reed trial, right?
Yes.
So that there's a cover-up.
Well, not that there's a cover-up.
Well, those were your words, weren't they?
I don't know is that what it says in there? I forget what that says in there.
A setup from the get-go, correct?
Correct.
And tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. And then you
Correct.
mentioned Norfolk, Mass State Police,
Yep.
and the Canton Police.
I did.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So a cover-up.
Well, yeah, it's the judicial system seems to be going awry, and there's more eyes on things now.
Okay, I'm gonna show you something else. I'm sorry. I'm gonna copy of this.
Let's have that marked when on your way up. Thanks.
Mark this for identification, please.
Exhibit G, so marked.
Thank you. Can you look at it and see if you recognize it?
Sure.
Okay? So look at the first page. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. Can you flip to the second page and see if you made a comment to that?
Yep, I sure did.
Can you read the first page out loud, please?
The post itself?
Yeah.
Today, it's from the North Andover Police Department. Today is National Police Women's Day. Please join us in recognizing Sergeant Katie, what's her last name? Do you
If
want
you
me to
can't
spell
read
it?
the last name, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Sergeant Julie Nigro and School Resource Officer Stephanie Rizzo. They have over 43 years of combined experience, and it shows, as all three demonstrate strong leadership inside and outside our department walls. We appreciate their immense dedication to helping both residents and visitors in the North Andover community every day. Thank you for your service.
And you commented on that, correct?
I sure did.
What did you say?
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Redirect.
Word to 10, Your Honor.
All right. All right, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
And, defense, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant calls Moren Paige.
Lauren? Lauren? Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat right there. You can pull yourself right up to the mic.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Mrs. Page. I'm going to ask you to give your full name, first name, last name, and spell it, mostly for our stenographer, if you can do that.
Sure. Lauren Paige, Lauren, Paige, Page.
Okay, I'm just also going to note that because the windows are open, occasionally we have fire trucks go by. So if we hear that, we'll stop our conversation. Okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Mrs. Page, you are the mother of Kelsey Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And you have to say yes or no again for the stenographer.
Yes.
And what's she wearing today?
A white blazer.
Can I have the record reflect, Your Honor, that this witness has identified her daughter as the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Kelsey's father is Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
And is he your ex-husband?
Yes.
And you are now married to William Page, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us just roughly, you were together with William Page since 2011 and then you've been married since 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have another child besides Kelsey with Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that right?
Yes.
And who is that?
Stephen Jr.
And is he 6 years older than Kelsey?
Yes.
Your husband, Will Page, also has 2 children from a prior marriage, is that correct?
Correct.
And who are they?
Madison Page and William Page.
Okay. And how old are those children?
Madison will be 18 on the 31st of this month, and Willie is 20.
Okay. And those families are friendly, are they not?
Yes.
Where did you grow up, Mrs. Page, and go to high school?
Arlington, Mass.
And did you have education after high school?
Yes, I did a 2-year paralegal program at Aquinas Junior College in Newton.
And did you become employed after school?
I did. I worked for Shawmut Bank.
Okay. And in general, what was the nature of that first job you had?
Teller assistant manager.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And since that time, you've been employed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live now, Mrs. Page?
Methuen, Mass.
And I won't ask you the address, we don't need that. And where do you work now?
I work for Sullivan Mechanical. It's in Wilmington.
In Wilmington. And how far away is your home from the North Andover home where Kelsey Fitzsimmons lived in June of 2025?
8 minutes.
And how about your place of work? How far away is that?
20.
Kelsey went to college, did she not?
Yes, she did.
And after that, did you stay close with her?
Yes.
Close to her today?
I'm sorry?
Are you close with her also
Oh,
today?
yes. Yes.
And did Kelsey live in Methuen with you and Mr. Page, his son and daughter, from before Christmas 2025 until recently?
Yes.
When Kelsey finished college, did she do about 1.5 years of law school?
Yes.
And you're aware she applied to become a corrections officer in Essex County, is that correct?
Yes.
And she served as an Essex corrections officer before she went to the North Andover PD.
She did.
And all during that time, you were close in contact with her. Fair to say she was in your life, you were in hers?
Absolutely.
Okay. And again, what town do you and Will live in now?
Same, Methuen.
In Methuen, okay. At some time, did Kelsey move to North Andover?
Yes,
And did she first have an apartment and then bought a house? Is that right?
yes.
Where did Kelsey live when she served as a corrections officer?
Her apartment in North Andover,
And again, how far away is that from where you lived in Methuen and where you live now?
10 minutes.
Close drive, correct?
Yes,
And you knew that your daughter Kelsey was engaged to Justin Alayan, did you not?
I did.
And you also knew that Kelsey had a child, of course, is that right?
Yes,
And that Justin was the father.
yes,
You knew they were planning to get married in October of 2025.
yes.
And did you know her fiance's parents, sister? Just yes or no?
Yes,
You had met them upon occasion and socialized with them, is that right?
yes,
And you knew that they lived in Stowe, Massachusetts. Is that also correct?
correct.
During this time that your daughter had her baby Caden, did you ever babysit for him?
We did, yes.
And could you just tell generally, what kind of baby was he? Fussy, calm? Can you give us a description of the baby?
Caden was very easygoing, very happy baby.
Easy to take care of?
Yes.
And generally, in your experience, when did he cry?
If he needed to eat,
When he was hungry?
yes.
And when you, I'm going to draw your attention now to June 30th, 2025. And we're going to focus on that day. Caden's about 4 months old, is that right?
Yes.
At that time? And where was Caden living at the time on June 30th, 2025?
Phillips Brook Road in North Andover.
With Kelsey, is
With
that
Kelsey,
correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Paige, did you know that Kelsey had been cleared to go back to work in a few days from June 30th?
Yes.
And on that day, were you aware that she was going to the North Andover Police Department in order to do some CPR training?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was going to take Caden with her during that training?
I was aware.
I'm just going to ask you yes or no. Did Kelsey call you that day? This is June 30th.
Yes.
And at what time, anytime after noon, do you recall that she called you?
2:30.
And did she give you some information about where she was headed when she talked to you?
Yes, she was going to meet Justin at the Common in North Andover.
Okay. And did she talk with you at some time to let you know if and when she was headed back to her house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
3:30.
And did you and she agree to meet at her house?
Yes, I met her at the house after work.
And about what time was that, if you recall?
3:30, 3:45.
Okay. And you were working that day, right?
Yes.
And your place of work was close enough by that you could do that?
Yes, my route to and from work, I drove by her house.
So if you were going from Wilmington to Methuen, you would actually go by where Kelsey lived,
Yes.
correct? Do you remember what time you arrived again? What time did you get to Kelsey's house that afternoon from work?
I want to say it was 3:30, 3:45.
Okay. Who else was there when you got there?
No, I'm just Kelsey, baby.
And Kelsey.
Yes.
And just generally, without giving us the conversation, what topic or topics did you discuss?
Kelsey was sad that Justin blew her off and didn't show up at the Common to meet her. She couldn't understand why. She was confused why he would ask her to come and then just ghost her.
And what would you say was her demeanor at that time when you were talking with her at home?
Sad, confused.
How long did you stay when you got there around 3:30?
I left around 5:20, 5:30.
And just in general, again, Mrs. Paige, what were you doing while you were there with Kelsey and Caden?
We sat in her living room, played with Caden, talked. I did some dishes in our kitchen. Basically just sat and talked.
Okay. Do you know what time you left?
Between 5:20 and 5:30,
And where were you going immediately? Where were you headed to?
CVS in Methuen.
And originally you were going to CVS. Where were you originally headed after that?
Home.
And that's your home in Methuen?
Yes.
Right. Did you get another call from Kelsey while you were at the CVS? And as a result of that call, Mrs. Paige, what did you do?
Went back to her house.
Do you recall what time you arrived at her house?
5:45.
So it's a pretty quick time between the time you left, went to CVS, and then went back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us again the time to drive to CVS from Kelsey's house.
Under 10 minutes.
When you arrived at the house at that time, can you tell us what's the first thing you saw?
Police cars.
Did you go in the house?
Yes, I went right up.
And doors open. You've been in and out of that door before many times, correct?
Yes, went right up to her porch.
Did you see anything on the porch?
It's a police officer holding Caden.
And at that time, did you know which police officer that was?
No.
He was holding Caden, you said,
Yes.
correct?
I didn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, thank you.
A police officer was in uniform, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't know who he was at the time?
no.
What happened next once you saw the police officer holding Caden?
Caden was crying, so I asked if I could take Caden from him so I could settle him down.
And did the police officer give you Caden?
He did.
Is that still on the porch outside, or were you inside?
Right on the porch, we exchanged the baby.
So you're holding Caden, and what happens next?
I brought him inside to Kelsey's living room, where there was another police officer.
And did the officer who gave you Caden also come into the house with you?
No,
Do you know where he went?
I don't.
So you are holding the baby, you're in the living room with another police officer. And can you tell us what happened next?
Justin walked in with his sister Courtney.
And Justin is the fiance that we spoke about earlier, right?
Yes.
And his sister, what's her name?
Courtney?
They both came in while you were in the living room.
Yes, they walked in.
Do you know about how long you were there before they arrived?
Minutes.
Are you still holding the baby at this stage?
Yes.
And then what happens next, Mrs. Paige?
The officer in the living room asked me to hand Caden to Justin.
And had either Kelsey or the police officer, when you arrived, told you about the restraining order? Just yes or no?
No,
And did you actually who did you give the baby to, I should say?
I handed the baby to Justin. Justin turned and handed Courtney the baby.
And what did they do next?
Left.
Did you have any conversation with them, just yes or no?
No,
Did they take anything for the baby with them, if you remember?
car seat, I believe.
And they left together, if you recall. Is that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Mrs. Paige, when you arrived, did you see your daughter on the first floor?
No,
Did you know where she was?
upstairs.
And while you are downstairs, did you hear anything coming from the second floor? Just yes or no for now.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you heard?
I heard a gentleman say, "Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no." And then 2 gunshots.
And can you give us some idea of how quickly those shots were connected to each other?
It was Kelsey, no, bang, bang.
Did you hear Kelsey say anything from the second floor?
No.
Could you hear her make any noises?
Yes.
And Mrs. Paige, what happened next?
I saw Justin run by the windows on the porch. And after that, officers came in, EMTs came in, running up the stairs. And I was let out of the house. I was let out by an officer.
And what was your frame of mind, state of mind at that stage?
I was pretty upset.
And were you making any noise?
I was screaming.
When is the next time you saw your daughter, Mrs. Paige?
At the trauma room at Mass General.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may sit, you may stand down, thanks. And defense, you may call your next witness. Yes. Maybe a 20-minute recess.
Oh, I was gonna say, did they call a sidebar or did Judge? I didn't hear it.
All rise. Court stands a 15-20-minute recess. Expected courtroom filing for another session.
I'm gonna go grab a coffee now while I can.
Dude, imagine that only 500.
Yeah, I feel like the Commonwealth probably knew better to just keep their fucking distance. You know what I mean? Her crying breaks my heart. Ugh. Jesus. So now we got a 15-20-minute break. People, what are we gonna do? All right. I was wondering who asked, because I couldn't hear. So yeah, how does everyone think it's going so far? Not too shabby, you know? I can't believe the way that the prosecutor came at that neighbor. Like, not trying to be fresh, but... So, Anthony, you missed the neighbor, right? And the prosecution's like, well, how did you come up with this story? And she's like, oh, how did you... I contacted Mike Crawford. You know, he was like, yeah, I'm in it. I'm fucking in it. Fuck you, turtle boy. And then the prosecution's like, and what is this? And it was like a post that she shared back in fucking June. And she's like, yeah, I shared it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what about it? You know? Like, I'm not gonna, like, you know what I mean? She's like, I'm not gonna lie about it. You know, I shared it to fucking whatever.
What, because she witnessed it?
No, so this is what I don't understand, and you'll find this funny too. So, say for instance, we're walking the dogs out to Main Street, right? And we bump into one of our neighbors that's a cop, right? And we're shooting the shit. And I say to him, oh my God, that was horrible what happened in your district the other day, right? Because this is North Andover, this is her community.
Yeah.
And even when the prosecutor asked, like, what do you care? She's like, what do I care? What goes on in my fucking town? Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? At least that's the vibe I got from her.
Yeah.
And, but what I'm saying is imagine that we're out on Main Street, right? And we're like, hey, like, you know, oh my God, that cop, whatever.
So we run into
Ray
Shannon.
from Dallas said hi. He saluted. Hey, he said, what up?
So we run into Shannon and shoot the shit.
Exactly.
Blah, blah, blah,
Shannon's not going to tell us that it was her
Yeah.
that shot that person.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
So he tells her that. And she was like, oh. And he's the one that called her the whack job to that woman.
Yeah.
So that woman called Mike.
Because she
didn't.
his neighbor.
Yeah, no. Well, she lives in the town.
Yeah.
No, she's Noonan's neighbor, the Santa cop.
Oh.
She's his neighbor. So he was walking the dog. She bumped into
How long
him.
does she live next to him?
I don't know.
If she's willing to testify to the defense that lives next to him,
Near him, at least. They live in the same
she
complex.
must know he's a psychopath.
Or she probably doesn't give a fuck. Yeah.
No, like, come on, you live next to someone and you're their neighbor, you become friends with them, you're not just gonna testify against them.
I get it.
Unless
No,
you know he's a fucking lunatic and has girls tied up in his basement. Like, let's be real here.
Strike from the record, please. That is an opinion, not a fact. Yeah, oh yeah, Mike's gonna ride this high for years. Come on, will ya?
If Noonan was in a wheelchair, he looks like the cop from Family Guy.
Stop it right the fuck now. He does not.
Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't.
He's just a total, like, dick.
He says
You
white
can
hair
tell.
and stuff. She's a better woman than me. Fuck that shit. They lied about the entire interaction. Right. She didn't even get to, like, say, like, everything either. And you could tell the prosecution was not, that's what they wanted to avoid, Ernie, what's up? You missed. I didn't know this either. Jen O said it in the chat. I guess a couple of months ago, Mike was on his show talking about how he found a witness for Bradle, I guess. But he didn't find her. She found him. So however he said it, but I don't know. I wasn't there. But yeah, so we think that may have been the witness, Ernie. We're not sure, though. Mike is replaying her. No, he's not, Christina. No, he's not. No, he's not. Ray said, keep Anthony going. I'm trying to see if he'll go pick my coffee up for me. Shh. Kelsey didn't even get to say bye to her baby. No fucking shit. No shit. Yes, please hit that like and subscribe button. I appreciate you guys so much. He's playing her? No, come on. Run to it? Wait, run to what? His page? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it. Wait, what did she say? Run to it. Why did she say that? I think I'm blocked anyways. Huh?
It's hard to filter, and I filter her. She was I felt she was strong and legit. So if anyone wants to try to spin it that I'm some kind of bad person,
oh my God,
I
Diana's in
on
the
social
chat.
media yesterday. The name came out. It was already a done deal. Noonan already testified.
Wait, why can't you see how many people are in his chat?
I didn't think they were going to call Moren after Noonan testified because he said it's possible. But why not at this point?
Yes or no for now?
Yes.
And Kelsey a whack job to Moren. He pretended he didn't know Moren.
For the back lot.
Now, I know for a fact.
Huh? Who's that, Kyla?
To do that today.
Huh?
Thank you, Law Talkers.
Ask me?
Thank you, everybody who's supporting today.
My phone.
Roseanne, thank you so much. Roseanne McDonald
He's all gassed up.
came through twice today. Thank you so much. And Valley's Girl, £9.99. I love the pounds.
Because I got it.
Oh, we got some Australia money coming in, I think. Brenny Wood, thank you.
I can't do it, guys. I love y'all.
10
I just can't do it. Wait, Cameron, how
from
is in there?
the other end, Sydney.
Oh no, my heart is about to break. Hold on, sorry, hold on one second, because my computer's freaking out. Elle Woods is in there too, guys. Elle Woods is in there too. I can't. Bye. You too.
You. I would do it for you. You know who you are. My people.
Like me. All right. Hold on one second. He's so gassed. He really is. He's so gassed right now. It's so funny. I love that for him. I fucking love that for him. Yes, definitely. But good for him. Good for him. I'm so happy for him. No, we don't. Honestly, I don't know what happened. He kind of just not dipped, but yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Is Cause? I know Cosby's probably not still here, but I want to show you guys the one and only Miss Donna. Let's see. So, these are her. This is her Facebook page, okay? These are her pictures. Ah. 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 Poor dog. Miss Turtle Boy herself. I know she probably don't know how to take the pictures down, and she's so mad she has Turtle Boy fucking face shots. It's so funny. Cracks me up. Too fucking funny. But yeah, that's our Donna. Oh wait, no, you guys can't see it. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Sorry, hold on. She's always running her mouth in the chat. Not always Turtle Boys, because I'm pretty sure she probably bounced from that one, but ah! Ugh. Poor doggo. Poor doggo. Yeah, that's her. Fucking miserable. And she's like all cuckoo balls. We are practicing to be blind over here, Erica. Sorry. Can you see it now? You guys should be able to see it. I just laugh because she still, she scares me. She still has pictures of Aiden as her profile. And she's always in the chat running. Wait, actually, if we go to NBC 10 right now, I guarantee she's in the chat fucking freaking out on somebody. Let's see. Oh, I don't see her in here. If not, she goes under a fake name like Turtle something. She like makes up a name. She did it yesterday. Mental case. Everybody get a good look, all right? That is Miss Donna. I'm going to say Policia. She is an angry elf. You're an angry elf. If you call me an elf one more time, you're an angry elf. Alrighty, well, I want everyone to get a good look at her. All right. Oh, nuts. Absolutely fucking nuts. Yeah. So, anywho. I'm going to go ask the chat where she is. Alrighty. Have texts come in already? What are they talking about? All right, people in their chat are all asking weird questions. Hold on, let me bring it up. Let's see. Her friend was also attacked by her when she opened the door. What? So the restraining order had to be warranted. Have the text come in already. Restraining orders are one-sided. Probably had marks from being punched 3 times in the face, and they were forcing her to be sectioned. A SWAT trained cop too. He's a very bad shot then. Cop on cop gaslighting leads to a death of an unarmed AC unit. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand these questions that they're all asking. Is she the one going after aiding? Her feelings on her? Yeah, I don't know why. Exactly, just look at the eyes. The picnic filter. I can't. Picnic. We talked about that a while ago. Hold me, I'm scared. No, Donna yesterday was being nasty, but she's not in there today. And it was funny because then I saw Christy Mello in the comments, and then I was in the comments, and I said something, and then all of a sudden a like turtle rider sucks like name came in the chat and started talking shit. And Christy was like, Donna, you don't have to hide. Like, we know it's you. It was so fucking funny, dude. So funny. J Bro Sugar Mom, rude shit. Oh, you know she loves their chat. Oh, yeah. I forgot to put a timer on for 20 minutes. Damn it. Ain't no doubt about it. I'm in love. No, I don't think that's the t-shirt lady. That's a different... Wait. Is it? No, it's not. Wait a minute. I thought that was Donna Abysmal or whatever. Abysmal. I was calling her Abysmal. I don't think it's the same lady, guys, right? Dude, at the NBC... Oh, yeah, I'm in NBC Boston, yeah. Is Jimmy in the chat? I need to get my laptop. I don't think so. Let me ask him. I'll text him. How long after you send a text? You know, like on text message now, you can like unsend the text. How long is it after you send it? Do we know? I was always curious. Maybe until they read it. I don't know. Ain't no doubt about it. T-shirt is Dawn Abysbal. Yeah, I was calling her Abysmal. She didn't like that at all. She was in the comments like, sit down. Yeah, yes. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, she was going nuts. Oh, I love it. I love it. Jimmy in the chat would be hilarious. So this is the new TV. Yes. That is the face of Turtle Boy derangement syndrome. No way. She's in the chat? Which one? NBC? Oh, here we go. She is. Ugh. Jar Jar Binks. Can I get an autograph? At Boss Speak. Yep. Truth. Boston Moose is in there speaking the truth. Can you guys see it on the screen or no? Let me try to make it bigger. Hold on. Yes, please like and subscribe. Do what Ray says, okay? He said so. Wait, why did she get mad at that? Yeah. Too fucking funny. Did Kelsey even know she was pregnant? 2 months isn't far along. She has to take the stand to get the side argument on the record. Arrest Wendy Adelson. What is going on? It has been more than 5 minutes. They said 15 to 20 minutes, I thought, didn't they? Case of the century. Did a Michelayan just join the chat? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh. I can't hear anything. Why?
KELSEY FITZSIMMONS matter, all counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, defense, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls KELSEY FITZSIMMONS.
I'm gonna. Oh. Shit. Here we go.
If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? Thank you.
You may have a seat and pull yourself right up to that mic. What's that?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yeah.
Good morning, miss.
Good morning.
State your name and spell your last name.
KELSEY FITZSIMMONS, FITZSIMMONS.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Excuse me. Do you mind? I'm just pulling that mic
Yes.
a little bit closer just so that we can hear you.
Is that better?
And I didn't hear your last answer. How
I'm
old?
29 years old.
29. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
And what's the town of your residence?
Currently, Newburyport.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in
Methuen?
Methuen, Massachusetts.
And did you live there your whole life?
Most of it, yes.
Did you go to high school there?
I did.
And where did you go?
Methuen High School,
When did you graduate?
2015.
And you lived there with your parents and your family?
Yeah, I lived with my mom and my dad. There were 2 different houses.
Tell the judge a little bit about your upbringing and your family in Hoosick.
So I have my mom, my dad, my mom Lauren, my dad Stephen, my older brother, my biological older brother Stephen Jr., And then I have my stepfather, William Paige, his two kids that I consider my brother and sister, Madison and William.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the names.
My younger brother and sister are Madison and William.
Madison and William. Did you say that they were step-siblings?
They're step, yes.
Okay.
Try to keep your voice up.
Okay,
Just
sorry.
Use the mic, like,
Okay.
kind of like I am, like that.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. So you guys are a close family, right?
Yes,
And they've been with you through this process the whole time, right?
the whole time.
When did you graduate high school?
2015,
Did you go to college?
I did.
And where did you get your degree from?
I got my degree from Fisher College. I got my Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice,
What year was that?
2020.
What were some of the awards and distinctions you received at Fisher College?
I think my junior year, I was inducted into the Criminal Justice Honor Society. In my senior year, I was voted in as the president of the Criminal Justice Club, and I just worked closely with campus police there and the advisor of the Criminal Justice Club.
Did you work while you were in college?
I did.
Where'd you work?
I worked for the college as a work study, and I also worked as like a host slash waitress down the street at a restaurant called Cheers.
Did you do any security work?
Yeah, in 2016, I was hired by Fenway Park Security, and I believe I worked there in 2017. And like throughout all of Fisher College, I worked for campus police as a work study, like a dorm proctor, checking IDs of students.
Okay. After graduating Fisher College, you had the B, is it a BA or a BS?
BS.
BS in criminal justice.
Yes.
And what was your kind of goal for your life and your career with that degree?
When I graduated, it was the peak of COVID, so everything got a little confusing on what my next steps were. My plan originally was to try to go straight to a police academy, but when I graduated, there was no police academies running, so I decided to, because I love school, I decided to further my education and go to law school.
Where did you go, and tell us about law school a little bit.
I went to Massachusetts School of Law. I did about 3 semesters, and then some academies started to run again.
And did that change your pathway?
It did.
What happened?
The Essex County Sheriff's Department started doing police Sheriff's Department academies again. So I applied to be a corrections officer, and that was in 2020. And I went through their academy in 2021.
Where's that academy?
Their academy is at the Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And what was the course of study? Just in general, what did it entail and how long was it?
It was 3 months. It had to do with just the training of being a corrections officer. Our whole job was safety and security of the inmates that were housed in the jail. So it went a lot into safety and security.
So you spent 3 months at the Sheriff's Academy,
Yes,
and you were hired by the Essex County Sheriff?
I was, yes.
When was that roughly?
That was in 2021. I think it was September of 2021.
What was your kind of original first assignment when you got to the Sheriff's Department? How did you start there?
I worked in housing. I was assigned to housing the whole time I worked there.
Did you have any other jobs while you were at the Essex Sheriff?
When you pick up a overtime shift there, they kind of just throw you in where somebody is needed. So I did a lot of different jobs just through all the overtime I worked, which included transportation of inmates to and from court. I would work in programs. They have church and school for the inmates that reside there. And there's outer perimeter security where you drive a cruiser around the perimeter of the jail to ensure no one's coming in or out. I did things like that on my overtimes.
Okay, and in terms of the transport, you were actually the person that kind of comes to here to court, goes in the lockup, delivers prisoners, picks up prisoners, brings them back?
Yes.
How long were you at the Essex Sheriff?
About 2 years.
What, and at that point you had a career path decision, right? A
Yes.
different decision.
I did.
What was that decision?
I always knew I wanted to be a police officer.
And was there some opportunities that came up in that respect?
Yes. While I was working for the sheriff's department, I had moved to North Andover. I really liked the town I lived in, and I wanted to work in it as a police officer.
So what did you do?
I applied to the North Andover Police Department.
Did you interview with Lieutenant Daly? Was it?
I did. He was on a panel interview. They call it like an oral board. It included Lieutenant Daly and several other members of the North Andover Police Department.
And I take it that you're not going to get hired there unless they approve you.
Yes.
And that happened, and you were hired?
Yeah, they do an extensive hire check.
Background check and so
yeah,
forth?
like there's a lot that goes with it.
What you would expect in terms of a police officer getting hired.
Yes.
What's the first step when you get hired as a police officer? What do you do next?
You have to go to the police academy for 6 months.
So you've been through a 3-month Essex Sheriff Police Academy, training academy, and now you're about to start a 6-month North Andover Police Academy training, right?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
That also took place down the hall at Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill.
And you spent 6 months going to that?
6 months, yes.
Was that, is that something where you like stayed there the whole time, or did you come and go? Did you commute? How does that work?
I commuted. I got there in the morning, left sometime in the evening, and we had weekends off. So it was 5 days a week.
When did you graduate from there?
I graduated in May of 2024.
And did you run for any positions within the academy that they have in your class?
Yes, while I was in the police academy, I ran for treasurer, and I became the treasurer of my class.
And what does that entail?
That entails everything financial through our academy. I would collect, we had like academy dues, I would collect them, and we would purchase things that we wanted, such as like sweatshirts and sweatpants to wear for our PT days, as well as an academy sweatshirt. I also planned our graduation party. So I had to book it, collect the funds for it, and plan it, essentially.
And is it a situation where there's different classes going on at once, like class of 2020, class of 2021, like that?
Yeah.
Right. And you were the class of 20?
Well, my class was called Rock 5. So I don't know how the numbers go, but the one before me was 4 and the one after me was 6. I was Rock 5, ROC 5.
All right. And when did ROC 5 graduate?
May of 2024.
And you graduated with the class?
I did.
And what was your first assignment with the North Andover PD?
You first go to patrol on FTO, and FTO is meaning you're with a field training officer. So you ride with somebody in the same cruiser for a period of time.
Who were your field training officers?
So I had several, because you do different shifts. I had field training on day shift. My field training officer was Officer Tierney. I had field training on the 4 to midnight shift, and my field training officers were Officer Furman, now Detective Furman, and Officer Sousa.
The entire time you were there, were there any other FTOs that you had? Just to kind of list them all off.
I think there's multiple officers there that are FTO trained, but those were the ones that were assigned to me to train me.
So you were, I'm sorry.
Wait, no. No. Can you just, oh, yeah.
Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, in your employ at the North Andover PD, you assumed the job of a regular patrol officer at some point, I take it?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
And you, after you finished with field training officers, do they have some sort of a say and report back to the administration or the supervisors about how you're functioning?
Yeah, so the supervisor on your shift, your field training officer gives them, like, I think it's a weekly report of how I did on calls and what calls we went on together and how I performed, stuff like that. And eventually, I think, I don't know exactly how many weeks I was on field training, but after it's complete, the sergeant will take you in his cruiser and you drive his cruiser and respond to calls or make traffic stops. And then he decides if you are signed off on. And I was signed off, and that day I got my own cruiser.
And when was that, if you remember, just roughly?
I think it was in end of June or early July of 2024.
And just a few things I want to just tick off on the list of things a police officer does. Did you serve restraining orders?
I have before.
Have you testified in court?
I have.
And you've made arrests?
I have.
Now, at the time, moving over to your personal life, at some point you met someone named Justin Elaine, right?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Justin Elaine in a nutshell?
My experience in a nutshell, we met through Facebook. We went on a few dates. We ended up hitting it off. While I was in the academy, we were dating. He is a North Andover firefighter. At my police graduation, he pinned me, and then I would see him on calls sometimes. And we eventually moved in with each other. We got engaged. We had a baby.
And what was the baby's name? What's the baby's name?
My son's name is Caden.
How old is he today?
He's 13 months.
And Justin Elaine is the father?
He is.
What happened on June 30th of 2025?
On June 30th of 2025, I woke up in the morning.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did he take any actions relative to you in terms of your relationship that day?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He obtained a restraining order against me.
Is it fair to say that he broke up with you via a restraining order?
Yes. I did not speak to him. I realized our relationship was over when a restraining order was handed to me.
Okay. So let's rewind the events of that. So that morning, were you home?
I was.
Who was home?
So my sister slept over the night previous, so June 29th to June 30th. So she was over in the morning.
Maddie?
That's Madison, yes. I was with my son. I had work at 1 p.m. I had to go to CPR training at 1 p.m.
Okay. Now, had you been out of work for a while?
I was, yes.
And when did you first go out of work?
I worked up until I gave birth. Caden came 5 weeks early, so I wasn't expecting it. So I went out basically the day I gave birth to him.
And his birthday is what?
February 16th, 2025.
Now, when you were seeking to go back to work, did you get cleared to go back to work in June of 2025?
Yes,
Did that entail going through certain trainings and getting reviewed and stuff?
it did.
What was the event on the 30th that you had to do to finish that off?
I had CPR training at 1 p.m. on the 30th scheduled.
Was that your last thing you had to kind of go through?
That was it. Yep.
Were you seeking to see Justin Elaine that day?
Yes, we had spoken through text and on the phone in the morning. I was asking if he would come home because he hadn't been home in days to be with Caden while I went to work. And his response basically was, I can pick him up and watch him. And I said, you're not a babysitter. So there was a bit of argument about that.
Text argument.
Yeah, it was like, you're his dad. You're not a babysitter. You can come home. I don't understand picking him up and watching him. That was very odd for me to hear as his father.
Moms don't like when dads say they're going to babysit their own kid, right?
Yes, like you're dad.
And at some point, just to kind of cut to the chase on that, you made a plan to meet up in North Andover?
Yeah, there was a lot of texting back and forth. He originally said yes, and then he said no, and then he said, I'll meet you tomorrow. And I said, you have work tomorrow? That doesn't make any sense. He worked a 24-hour overnight shift. So
There's something about gas money as well?
yeah, he said that he couldn't drive from Stowe, Massachusetts to North Andover because he had no gas in his truck. And I just was trying to get him to meet me. I'm like, we need to figure this out. I go to work in a couple hours. Like, we need to figure this out. He called me while I was driving to work and said, I'm on my way to North Andover.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Let me just rewind
Okay.
rewind you a little bit. So there's some texting about this, right?
Yes.
And the texting that you have and that's been kind of passed around in the case, it doesn't end up with, okay, I'll come and meet you at the North Andover Common, right?
No.
So was that arrangement made outside of those texts?
Yes, like looking back now, I think it was strategic, but
All right, well, just, I don't want to
that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't want to ask for your opinion
Okay,
on it.
sorry.
I just want to, factually, I'd like to ask you, were there a couple calls back and forth that kind of
Yes.
set that up once and for all?
Yes, he called me on my way to work. I decided I'm gonna bring my son with me, which wasn't a big deal, but when I was on my way, he called
Well,
me.
hold on a second, just to be, yes.
I just need to confer with our court staff. Mr. Ring, can you turn the? You at sidebar? break, recess. And I'll come back in a couple of minutes.
All right.
You guys hear me? I had to run upstairs to get dressed and stuff. Sidebar, what was that? It went from sidebar to a wait. Like, I don't understand it. Oi. I know, and they said, what, 5 minutes or something like that? Yeah, Amber, so what it is I think he said 3, but usually it's like NBC, and then they all feed off that camera. So it's really only just one useless camera guy affecting all these different stations. This too much. This too much. On a scale of 1 to 10, how big of an asshole will Goober toast? Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. No doubt he's gonna fucking try to be a dick. Asking Kelsey's mom to leave the room? What the fuck? I mean, unless he's only... the only way he would make a big stink about that is if he was planning to call her up, right? Yes. First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. You claim to be a player, but I fucked your wife. Bust on bad boys. Fuck for life. Smalls and Junior Mafia, smart ass bitches. We keep it coming. Hold on, I gotta get my socks. Get my socks and my socks and my socks. Where are my pants? I want to put shorts on, but it's only 40 degrees out. And no one needs to be seeing these fat ass legs. Oh.
Order your session, please be seated.
We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
And Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you retake the stand? Thank you. Take your time.
What the fuck?
Thank you. And just again, pull yourself up to that mic.
Yep.
Then make yourself comfortable.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the last discussion we were having was that you were arranging to meet Mr. Elaine at the North Andover Common. Is that right?
Yes.
And did he call you about it when you were on your way to CPR training?
He called me. I think I was putting Caden in his car seat. I missed it. And when I got on the road, I called him back.
And what was the conversation about meeting up?
It was quick. It was, Kelsey, I'm on my way to North Andover right now. My mom just gave me gas money. I'll meet you at the Common at 2. And I said, okay, I love you, bye. And the phone call had already hung up.
Okay. And after that, you went to work?
I went to work.
With Caden?
With Caden.
And what was the schedule? What was on the schedule for today, for that day at work?
It was a 1-hour CPR training. So it was going to go to about 2 p.m.
So it was 1 to 2?
Yes.
Did you get there on time?
I think I got there a couple minutes early.
What was the layout when you got there? Who was there? Where'd you go? What was the general kind of mood of you going there?
So I knew it was going to be held in the community room. I was told prior that's where it was going to be held. So right when you walk through the officer's entrance of the police department, the community room is the first door on your right. So I just entered right through there.
And you had your baby?
I did.
And it's fair to say this isn't a visit to the police department where you're in full uniform or anything, right?
No, I was in a t-shirt.
And that's because you're going to be training, working on, those rubber dummies that you trained for CPR with, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who met you when you got to the police department? Who was there?
Detective Gordon was conducting the training.
I'm sorry, did you say Gordon with a G?
Gordon, yeah, Gordon.
And you saw him?
Yes, he was conducting the CPR training.
Did you see any other friend and colleague officers around that time period?
I saw Lieutenant Domenico as well.
And did you have a chat with him?
We didn't really talk because I was in the middle of the training. It was just we waved to each other when he was walking out of the door.
What happened with Caden while you were doing the training?
I asked Detective Gordon if he wanted to hold him because I figured he hasn't held a baby in a long time. So it's kind of funny seeing guys that haven't held a baby in a long time and they're like, but.
Did he hold the baby?
He did, yeah.
And is he someone that you trust to hold your baby?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you let just anybody hold your baby?
No, Detective Gordon was my drill instructor for my 6-month police academy. So I knew him more because of that. I saw him every day for 6 months.
You trusted him?
Yeah.
And how did the training go?
It went fine. Normal. Passed.
How long did it take?
It takes about an hour.
What time did you finish?
I think it was around 2 p.m.
Who else did you see while you were at the station?
Just Lieutenant Domenico. I was supposed to pick up my radio from an administration office upstairs. And I had texted the person that was giving me the radio and said, I'm just going to grab it tomorrow because I was more focused on go to the park. So I was like, I can just drive to the station tomorrow and grab my radio.
Were you, quote unquote, on the schedule?
Yes.
Start soon?
Yes.
And what was the schedule when you were going to start?
I was going on to the day shift, which is 8 to 4 p.m. And I was supposed to start on July 4th.
You left the police station at about what time?
Detective Gordon walked me to my car. I probably pulled out around 2:05.
Where'd you go?
I drove down Osgood Street to the Common.
Who's this guy, Hunter Hassan?
That was one of Justin and I's mutual friends that lives in the town of North Andover.
Did you go by his house?
Yes. So the only logical way to get to the Common from the police station is to take Osgood Street, which is what I did. And he lives on that street. So I had to drive by his house when I was on my way to the Common.
Did you see anything at his house that surprised you?
Yes.
What did you see?
When I drove by, I saw Justin's truck. And at first I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe he got into town before I got out of training and stopped in, like that would be normal. But then I started noticing other cars I recognized there as well. And
whose cars were those?
I saw my maid of honor's car, Katrina Caruso. I also saw people standing outside near his pool. I know I saw his sister Courtney, Justin's sister, and I know I saw Michelle Mitchell, which was another one of my bridesmaids. So I was like, what is going on?
And this meeting was not something that you knew about?
No, I was supposed to be meeting Justin, and Justin was at our mutual friend's house with people, and I just like was so thrown off. I was confused.
Did you actually see Justin as part of those people you saw around his pool?
I drove by quick. I saw a group of people. I recognized the trucks and the people I did definitively see, yes. I know Justin was there.
From the truck?
Yeah, from his truck.
Okay. So in terms of your confusion, are you wondering if he's there or if he got a ride to the common or something like that? Or what did you just stop there and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, because I was just driving by, and then I was like, well, that was weird. So I tried calling Justin, and then that's when it just like communication stopped. No more, he was not answering my texts. He was not answering any more phone calls. I even went as far to text his friend Hunter and say, what is going on right now? And am I allowed to say what Hunter said back to me?
So did he respond to you?
He did, yes.
Did it affect your state of mind about what was going on?
No, it confused me even more because he said, oh, everyone's just meeting up for people who forgot things at the house from the bachelorette party that happened a couple of days prior. He said everyone was meeting there to pick up things that they forgot. And I was like, meeting in North Andover. And I was trying to make sense of it. And I was like,
Did that add to your confusion?
yeah, because I was like, this person lives.
Sorry. Yarn, do you have a question?
I just, so who said this and how? I didn't catch.
So I had texted when Justin had stopped answering me.
Yeah.
I texted his friend whose house he was at, and I knew he was there because I had to drive by from.
This is Hunter.
This is
Okay,
Hunter.
all right.
Yes.
Now I get it.
Okay. Yes. So I texted Hunter, and he told me everybody was meeting there to get things that they left at the bachelorette party, and it's like that's in my mind that made me even more confused and didn't make sense because everybody lives here, there. Why meet in North Andover?
Let me stop you right there. So as a result of that kind of adding to your mindset, sounds like adding to your confusion, right?
Confusion, yes.
Did you stick to the plan to go meet him at the common, or did you divert somewhere else?
No, I went to the common.
And you got there what time?
It was probably like 2:10.
And did you wait there with Caden?
I did.
And approximately how long did you wait, if you can remember?
It was at least an hour. It could have been more.
Did he ever show up?
He never showed up.
What time did you make a decision to get out of there at some point?
Yeah, well, I was receiving other phone calls, which were adding to my confusion.
Not what was said, but from whom?
They were from Michelle.
Okay. And she was the woman who testified here yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she indicated that she was trying to meet up with you, and you were
To get coffee.
And you were trying to focus on
I said,
meeting with Justin.
Trying to meet Justin.
Okay.
Like, I love you. I'll call you later. Trying to meet my fiance.
To Michelle, you said that.
Yes.
Okay. Did you go home after that?
Yes.
What time did you go home?
It was at least an hour after 2 p.m. So sometime around maybe 3:30, because I know I was waiting a while at the park. Caden's bottle had run out of milk, so for formula, I had to go home.
Now, as you sat here for the last couple of days, you've heard a lot of business about where you parked your car. Do you remember that? So you didn't park in your driveway, right?
No.
And you're adjacent to a school at 125 Phillips Brooks Road, right?
My neighbor to my right is
And
school.
I should say for the record, your home is 125 Phillips Brooks
That's my
Road,
home.
single family house in North Andover, right next to what school?
The Atkinson Elementary School.
And there's a big parking lot next to your fence line?
Yes.
And when you came back from the common, you parked in there?
Yes.
Why did you park in there?
Because I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on. I first have my fiance just not showing up to meet me and not talking to me anymore. And then somebody that doesn't know I saw them trying to call me, and they're trying to meet up with me. I'm trying to meet up with Justin. And a bunch of other people were there that didn't make sense. And I thought they were going to come to my house or something. So I didn't want anyone to know I was home. So I just parked at the school.
Okay. Did this have anything to do with the North Andover Police Department?
Had nothing to do with the North Andover Police Department.
So you parked at the school, and as a young new mom, you probably had a lot of stuff you had to carry.
I had his diaper bag. I had him in his little carrier. And I think I had my phone in my hands and my house keys.
You walked around and you went to your door?
Yeah, it was genuinely a 60-second walk to my car to my house.
Sure.
From my car to my house.
And you went into that porch door that we've seen on the video here.
Yeah, my front door, it leads to a porch.
And then you get up on the porch and you make a left into another door into the house, right?
Yep.
What happened when you first got home? What did you do?
I made Kaden a bottle. I called my mom. I asked my mom if she would come over because it was, what do I do? Like, what's going on?
So you wanted some support from mom?
Yeah, so like advice. My mom's my best friend. I just I knew she'd come over and maybe have a different.
Figure this out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that, Judge. I'm just trying to move on. What was your?
Mr. Brado, I'm sorry. I assume the objection is for leading?
Repeatedly, yes.
Okay. All right, yeah, if you can just stay away from leading, thank you.
What was your state of mind about having mom come over?
I was sad. I was really confused. And I wanted her advice.
How far away does your mother live?
She lives in Methuen, so it was her house is about 7 to 8 minutes away, but I think she was on her way home from work at the time, and she has to drive right by my house, or my old house.
How was Caden at the common and getting home? How was he behaving in terms of fussiness, or was he okay, or sleeping, or quiet, or what?
I ran out of his bottle while at the common. I thought I'd brought enough. I think if our plans played out, I would have had enough for taking a walk in the common. But because I was waiting for so long, I ran out of his bottle and he started crying. I drove right home.
And then at home, you made another bottle and started to give him the bottle?
Yes, beat him.
Okay. What time did your mother get there?
Approximately. Like maybe 5 to 10 minutes after I got home.
And you did you visit with your mom for a while and consult with her on the situation?
Yeah, we sat on my couch while I fed Kaden. She did some my house was messy, so she was just trying to pick up around the house a little bit for me. We were just talking.
Okay. And did she leave at some point?
She did.
When was that?
Probably had her over for about an hour. Maybe 5 o'clock she left.
Was her car in the driveway?
Hers was, yes.
And obviously she got in the car and left in her car.
Yeah, I told her that I was gonna be packing and probably going camping with my son, which is normal for me. My family owns land. We call it our happy place. I've been going there since I was a baby. So I was going to go there to clear my mind since Justin wasn't going to meet up with me. I just figured I don't have work till the 4th. So that's what I'm going to do. And
The idea of sitting around.
I just didn't.
No, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Objection, I'm just sustained.
Oh.
So next question.
Why did you want to go up to the lamp?
To clear my mind. I've brought Kate in there 2 times before, and like for a 4-month-old baby, he crushed it up there. He loved it. So I just thought, I texted Justin, I'm going to my land. He knows what that is. He proposed to me there. He knows I call it my happy place, and I told him I'll send you pictures when I get service, and I love you because there's not good service up there. And that was the last thing I ever said to Justin.
When your mom pulled out of the driveway, did you get a visit from the North Andover police?
I heard someone knocking on my front door when I walked up to the porch.
How long after your mom left did the police knock on your door?
I know now approximately 3 minutes.
And what were you able to do to figure it out pretty well?
My home has a lot of surveillance. My dad owns a security company, so my home had a lot of surveillance outside. So I was just curious, like, how long was it after my mom left that the police came? And I believe it was about 3 minutes approximately.
Can you use the video system to refresh yourself on time intervals and such?
Yeah, yes.
And while we're on that topic, are there timestamps on the clips from your house?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge of the accuracy of those timestamps?
At some point, one of the daylight savings happened, so my cameras were 1 hour off.
And how off? Like which way off were they?
Like if it said it was 5 o'clock, it was actually 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it's an hour ahead.
Okay.
So,
hour ahead.
All right. So in terms of any clips that come from your house, does the timestamp show hour ahead?
Yes.
Okay.
So are you referring to what's in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, all of those video clips?
Yes, Your Honor. So just want to make sure, did we say that right, that the clips are an hour ahead, or is the actual clip an hour behind?
I have to think about this. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can come back to it later. I do that all the time. That's okay. How long after your mother left did you hear a knock on the door?
Like 3 to 5 minutes.
Where were you when you heard the knock?
I was sitting on the couch feeding Kaden.
What did you do when you heard the knock?
I put the bottle on the coffee table. I got up with Kaden in my arms, and I opened up the door.
You walked out on the porch and
I walked out on the porch. So there's like 2 doors. My front door leads to a porched-in area. Walked out onto the porch, opened up the front door for 3 police officers.
And who were they?
It was Lieutenant Daly, Officer Noonan, and Officer Houston.
And Lieutenant, let's just go through each of them real quick for a second.
Okay.
Lieutenant Daly, you talked about in terms of training and hiring and all that, right?
Yes.
And what about Officer Noonan? What was your relationship at the time with Officer Noonan?
He had transferred after I had already started. We were on the same shift for a brief time. On one of our shifts, there was a really horrible call.
So we'll get to that, but just
Okay.
generally in terms of your relationship.
That's just like how our relationship kind of even started. That's why I brought it up. That's how we became like texting each other and kind of more than just like, you're just my coworker and I've never talked to you, to we've had conversations and talked about personal things.
Did you think well of him?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he think well of you?
I think so.
So now you mentioned a particular call.
Yes.
And just so we don't have to dwell all over it, it's a call that involves a murder, suicide, and the murder victim is a young baby, right?
Yes.
And when was that call?
It was in August of 2024.
Was that response just you and him?
I believe I was the first officer in with Officer Cuevas, and then Officer Noonan came. It was like pretty much when something like that comes over the radio, everybody starts heading there. But the call was in my sector, so the sector I was assigned to that night. So I was the closest with Officer Cuevas. So we walked in together.
Okay. And just to encapsulate it, the call involved administering first aid and was a difficult call.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the source of when you sort of broke the ice with Officer Noonan?
Yeah, we stood outside of the scene for a long time, all of us, everybody who was on that call, and we talked, and then the chief had asked us to, we were like out of commission for the night. Other officers came in and filled in for us, and we had like a meeting debrief in the chief's office. He had pizza delivered.
Okay. And just in general, fast forwarding all the way to June 30th of 25, did you ever have any problems or issues with Officer Noonan?
No.
Did he ever, to your knowledge, did he ever have any problems or issues with you?
No.
So there's Noonan. And then who's the third officer there?
Officer Houston.
And we saw him testify here as well today, yesterday, right?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Officer Noonan?
Noonan or Houston?
I'm sorry, Houston, thank you.
I was closer with Houston, probably out of the three of the people that were at my house that day. Houston and I were friends. He came to my engagement party. He was invited to my wedding. We have the same type of dog. I think they've met before. The dogs, I mean. Yeah.
He was a work friend.
He was a work
outside.
friend. Yeah.
So these three come to the door. What are the circumstances of how they come in the house? Did you let them in, or how did that happen?
I opened the door, and Lieutenant Daly immediately put his foot on my front porch, and we didn't just come in, and I was like, okay, all right. When the door, Lieutenant Daly put his foot into my porch, and they just said, we need to come in, and I said, okay.
And then did you turn around and you and Kaden walked back in the house and they followed you?
Yes.
So what happened when the five of you got into the living room area?
They asked me, Lieutenant Daly asked me to put Kaden down in his car seat. They referred to it as like a rocker. It does rock, but it was his car seat. And I was in the middle of feeding him. So when I put him down, he was obviously crying. And I was like, whatever this is, I'm going to hold my son. Because they had a folder. I knew they were going to give me something.
At that moment,
yeah.
Did you have any idea what was going on?
No, I knew, like, obviously I knew something was going on. The police are in my house, my coworkers, but when they told me to put Kaden down, I was like a little hesitant because I'm in the middle of feeding him. And then I listened, I put him down, and he started crying, and I was like, no, I'm gonna hold my son, whatever this is. Like, I'm gonna feed my baby and read it. So I picked Kaden back up, and I had him on my lap while I opened the envelope. And that's when Lieutenant Daly said, Justin filed a restraining order against you.
Okay, so you're trying to read it and he's talking to you and the baby's crying?
Nope, baby
you're
isn't
feeding
crying
him.
anymore. I picked him up and I'm feeding him.
What did Daly say to you about the situation?
I asked a lot of questions, like why? I was supposed to meet him at the park like a couple hours ago. I'm confused. He said he didn't know anything. And I said, do you have the affidavit so I can read what I'm being accused of? and they didn't. And they said they didn't know the details. And he said that Caden was on it as well. And
Did that affect your state of mind?
yes,
How so?
I knew in that moment I was going to have to hand my 4-month-old to a police officer to be brought out of my house.
How did that make you feel?
I don't know if there's a word. Sad.
Were you able to have a minute or two to kind of comprehend it, or did something else immediately happen?
I comprehended it. I was asked to pack a bag for Caden for about 2 weeks.
Who asked you that?
Lieutenant Daly said that the court the court date was in 14 days. So he said, pack enough for 2 weeks. And
He said that to you?
yes,
So you didn't take it upon yourself to want to do that?
no, they told me that I needed to pack a bag for Caden because he was going to go be with Justin for at least the 2 weeks till the next court date.
Who was there when that was, when that came up?
That was when the three of them we were all in my living room.
Did Houston or Noonan say anything at this point?
No, I knew if I put Caden back in his car seat, he was going to cry. He loves being held.
So the plan at that point was to go get some stuff?
Yes.
So you had to put Caden somewhere.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I handed Caden to Officer Noonan.
Why'd you give him to Officer Noonan?
I could say I trusted all of them. But I knew Officer Noonan I know Officer Houston has no kids, and I knew Daly seemed like preoccupied, and I knew Noonan had kids. So I guess that's probably what went through my mind, but it really wasn't that much of a thought. I just knew I had to have someone hold him because I didn't want him screaming in his car seat on the ground.
Was he someone that you trusted to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you handed your baby to Officer Noonan?
He took Caden from my arms.
And what about the bottle? What happened with the bottle?
He took the bottle as well.
And what did he do with respect to the bottle and Caden?
He was trying to feed him.
Did Officer Noonan exhibit any resistance or discomfort or anything with respect to holding the baby?
No, I think he said like, oh, I haven't done this in a while, like something like that.
What was your intention at that point to do?
I had to pack his bags.
And are you, as you're starting to go figure that out in terms of luggage, what do you need, where's he going, etc., are you having kind of an unfolding thought process, if you will?
Meeting? Sustained.
I'm just asking her what she's thinking, Your Honor. What are you thinking?
So I grabbed one of my duffel bags and I first went in the kitchen, and as I was putting the bottles in the bag, it was just kind of like all setting in exactly what was happening, and there was just so many unknowns. And as I was packing things, I was like, okay, Justin just broke up with me via restraining order. We have a wedding in 4 months. Caden is not going to be with me for 2 weeks. That's that's an eternity for a mom, any mom. And everyone was just brushing over the fact that it was 2 weeks. And I was like, 2 weeks without Caden? Like, I just kept, in my mind was just going fast. Like, I can't work overtime because I have a son now. I can't afford my home by myself without overtime. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order. Maverick, my dog Maverick, was on the restraining order. So my son,
Was he your dog or Justin's dog?
He was my dog. So I saw my baby go, my fiance, my dog, my house. And I knew that was going to be my job too. Because whatever I was accused of wasn't good if at restraining order.
And you didn't have the affidavit?
No.
Where did you go after you went to the kitchen with the duffel bag and the bottles?
I went all around the house because his diapers were in one room on shelves. His bottles and formula were in the kitchen. His toys were in the living room. And his books and stuff were upstairs with his clothes.
Tell us what you did on the first floor before you got upstairs. What was the packing there?
On the first floor was bottles and formula, and he was just getting introduced to like purees, and I had just ordered purees from Target, so I packed all those too. Then I went into the I went into, it was like our exercise room. It had shelving on the wall, and there was just like a ton of boxes of diapers. I just put those aside and was like, 2 weeks, a lot of diapers, so take the boxes. And then I went upstairs.
All right, before you got upstairs, part of the order was that you had to give up your firearms, right?
Yes.
Did you say anything to the officers about the location of your firearms?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told them that they were in the basement.
Was that true?
No,
Why did you tell them that?
because I didn't want them to take them away.
Why not?
Because I wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
When did you make that decision?
I made that decision as I realized I had just lost everything in a 15-second conversation with my coworker.
Where were your firearms?
They were upstairs in a green safe
In your bedroom?
in my bedroom.
Thank you. So you went upstairs, you mentioned?
Yes.
What was your state of mind at that point, whether or not Justin was coming over or not?
I didn't think Justin was coming over. I knew that Caden was going to Justin, but I would never think Justin was coming over.
Why not?
That's just not like normal practice to put a plaintiff and defendant in the same room intentionally. Usually you're doing the opposite as police officers. So I didn't think Justin was in the house.
And the opposite being what? What's the opposite of what they did here?
They let Justin in my house.
So what's the normal procedure?
Normal procedure is to separate people. It's like the first thing you do on any call where there's any sort of argument, you separate.
Now, you've served restraining orders, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Is there a provision in those orders for accessing property?
I don't know about specific provisions. I can tell you like what I've done before on a call where there was a restraining order involved. I don't know if it's a provision or not, though.
Okay, we'll move on from there.
Okay.
So you were going to go upstairs,
Yes.
and you had made that awful decision already?
Yes.
What was your state of mind about whether or not you wanted to involve any police officers in that?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I was trying to get everybody away from me.
Why didn't you want to involve any police officers in that? These police officers in particular?
'Cause I wanted to be alone so I could kill myself. I decided that I was going to take my own life. I didn't want to involve anybody else in that. I'll just.
Okay. Did you go upstairs back and forth a couple times, or did you just go up there once?
I think I went up at least twice. The second time I went up, I was up there for a while.
Do you remember who accompanied you on each of these trips?
It was Officer Houston and Officer Noonan.
Was that the first time or the second time?
That was the second time.
And was there a visit upstairs before that? Houston and Noonan visit?
Yeah, I was trying to hand them things so they would go away.
Where did that happen?
That happened upstairs. So I was first in the room. You walk up, there's a landing. The room on the left is Caden's room. I went in there first and I put books in a car seat because Justin's truck didn't have the car seat. And I handed it, I don't even know who I handed it to one of them. And I said, can you bring this downstairs? And
What was what happened after you said that?
somebody brought it downstairs and then they came back up.
So you struck out in terms of what you testified to earlier.
Yeah, I just kept trying to hand them things to make them go away.
Meaning, what do you mean make them go away? Be more specific if you can.
Like,
What was the plan?
I knew if I pulled out my firearm in front of a police officer, I would get shot. That was not my intention, and that's not what I did. I was trying to get them away from me, so that didn't happen. So they weren't put in that position because I'm not dumb. I was a police officer. If someone takes out a gun in front of you, yes, that's a threat. Yes, that's somebody that you probably feel threatened from.
So, but if you want to kill yourself, why not just let it happen that way?
That's selfish. I would never do that. Even looking back now, like reflecting for 9 months, I think my decision to do it to myself was selfish to everybody who loves me. So I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to kill myself, me and my gun, no one else involved.
How many different times did you try to have the officers transport some stuff downstairs?
Several.
At some point, did Officer Houston leave the second floor?
Yes.
And that left who up there?
Officer Noonan.
So upstairs it was Officer Noonan and yourself.
Yes.
At some point, did you go across that landing to the other room?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was on the floor packing more clothes in the duffel bag.
In which room?
My bedroom.
Okay,
When
hold
you
on.
walk up the stairs to the right.
Okay, so you finish up in the other room and you go to your room.
Yes.
All right. Tell us the circumstances of Where do you go? Where does Noonan go when you go into your bedroom?
So nobody came into my bedroom with me. I was asked, I can't even say who exactly, like I don't know if Officer Houston had come back up at the time, but somebody asked me, who is that downstairs? And I said, I have no idea. And
Let me ask you a little bit about that. What was your state of mind about you being asked that? What were you thinking about?
I was like, I don't know.
Did you hear anybody come in?
No, but they did. Because they were on the landing, they would be able to. I was like more into my bedroom than them. So I was like, I have no idea who's here. Shouldn't you guys know?
What happened next?
Officer Houston walked down the stairs first. Officer Noonan followed him down several steps.
Did that give you a chance to do anything?
That was, I knew, my only chance to be alone with my firearm.
I'll show you Exhibit 51. What's shown in Exhibit 51?
That's my bedroom. That's the room on the top of the landing to the right.
Where's the photographer standing in this picture?
He's standing in the doorway.
When you went to go get that firearm, was there anyone in your view in that landing?
No.
Was this after you saw Noonan depart?
Yes, his back was turned towards me. He was following Officer Houston down the stairs.
Did he stay that way, or did he disappear from that scene?
Well, he must have turned around at some point and walked back up the stairs because...
You know how when you're near somebody that's going up and down stairs, you can hear going up and down stairs. Did you hear any particular number of steps?
No, I'm certain I heard him and saw him walk down several steps.
Okay. And how did that affect your state of mind at that very instant?
I knew that was my moment.
To do what?
Kill myself.
What did you do?
So that shoebox was not on top of the green safe.
At the time you were doing this?
At the time, yeah. There was nothing on top of the safe.
All right. And you're referring, for the record, there's a orange lined box in the picture?
Yeah, it looks like...
Is that what you're talking about?
It looks like a shoebox, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Britt, can you just give me a moment to catch up?
Sure, absolutely.
I'm sorry, did you say that that box was not on the, what did you say about that box?
That box was not there. The top of that chest, I'm calling it a safe. It's a chest that locks. That's where I kept my firearms. The top of it, nothing was on it. So whatever was placed there after, that was not there before.
Thank you.
Ready to go, John?
Yes.
What about the chair? Is that how the chair was?
The chair was turned the other way because that was the chair I would rocket in. That was not facing that way. The back of the chair was up against the wall, I guess.
So kind of like as you'd expect it to be in the room.
Yeah, I would need to pivot like this to be right. So it was probably moved. My room is small.
Okay. And to get at your guns in there, you kind of have to flip up the top of that chest?
Yes.
Where was your focus in terms of the firearm, the chest, whether Noonan's coming back? Where are you focused?
I was just like, hurry up before somebody comes back.
And what did you do?
I grabbed the gun out of the chest, I put it up to my chest here.
So what was going on with you putting it up to your chest? What was that all about? What do you mean when you say you put it up to?
Like,
you made a motion to your stomach area, right?
Yeah, like I just grabbed it quickly. I bent over, grabbed it, put it here, took 2 steps backwards. And I don't want to make the motion of what I did because it's horrible. But I put the gun up to my head.
Which hand did you use?
My right hand.
And where on your head did you put it? Can you just describe it?
My temple.
Was Noonan in the door frame by now?
Not yet. He had just walked in, like when I pulled the trigger on myself, with the gun pointing towards my head.
What happened when you pulled the trigger?
He said, "Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no." I pulled the trigger. I'm sorry, but I said, "Fuck."
What happened next?
I got shot.
How long after you said that did you get shot?
I don't even think I got to the K in the word before I was shot.
What did that feel like?
Hurt.
Did the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
It knocked me backwards.
Do you recall what happened with your firearm?
I got moved. It was
Well, I'm sorry,
Okay.
bad question. I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Right at that point, as you're shot and you're flying back or falling back, whatever you want to call it, can you remember what happened with your firearm?
It fell out of my hands. It was to my head and it fell out of my hand. And I fell on the ground and the firearm fell on the ground.
A couple of questions before we move on. At any point when you were doing that, when you had the firearm up to your head, was Noonan present during the time you raised the firearm to your head?
Like when I motioned up to my head with it?
Correct.
No, he was not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
When Noonan came into your view, where was the gun pointed?
The gun was pointed at my temple.
At any point, did you move the muzzle of that gun
No.
towards Noonan?
No, never.
Did you move it anywhere?
No. Never.
Did you ever intend to harm Noonan?
Never.
What did you know about Noonan's kind of personal circumstances in your time getting to know him?
He was like, so he was a cop for a long time and I was considered like a rookie. And after I had like a few really bad calls in a row and everybody kind of knew it. And the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice. And he was one of those people. And he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a son just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life. I never pointed the gun at a fellow police officer. It never happened.
When you went onto the ground, what did Noonan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away and Lieutenant Daly came over to me and then I think Noonan walked back over to me, and like I couldn't say anything really, but I couldn't breathe, and I think I was just like, why did you do that? Like, it hurts, and then I just wasn't able.
Say that?
I said, why? Like, why? And he was holding my hand. Officer Noonan was holding my hand. And I said, why? I was so confused. Why?
Where was Daly?
Daly was there.
What was he doing?
He was on the radio. I don't know what he said exactly on the radio. I'm assuming like.
So you get shot, and you got shot in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Lower chest. What after being shot? What was your? How did that affect your ability? I sound like a lawyer, but how did that affect your ability to perceive things, recollect things?
I went into like a huge adrenaline shock. It didn't feel like normal pain. It almost felt like absent pain, but it felt like my entire body was burning, and I was completely alert, completely awake the whole time. I was speaking as much as I could. My lung was punctured, so that's why I was having trouble breathing. But other than that, I was very alert and aware of my surroundings.
Where were you laying in the room?
I was laying between my bed and the wall where the air conditioner is.
Were your legs parallel to the foot of the bed or somewhere else?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they were.
Were you bleeding?
Yes.
Is that the way you wanted this to happen?
No.
What do you remember next?
The fire department got there fast. It felt really fast. They put me in like a bag.
Like a sack?
And like they were all tall guys, and I knew that my ceiling, you would bump your head if you're over like 5'10". So when they were carrying me down, I said, watch your heads. And they brought me outside, and I think when I was still in my house, one of the firefighters was trying to put oxygen on my face, and I was taking it off and just saying, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die.
Did you make any apologies at any point?
I think I said, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself, I want to die. Like, I just didn't understand what just, like, I don't know what just happened. I tried to shoot myself, and then I got shot in the chest. Like, nothing really made, like, I was just in total disbelief and shock.
Did you, at any point before you got taken out of there, did you hear Noonan saying anything about what happened?
No.
Did you see Houston yet?
Houston, yes. He came in, and I think he put like medical like gauze on the wound. Somebody did. He had the medical bag. I remember that.
Were you able to sort of perceive the first aid techniques they were administering to you?
No, I wasn't paying attention to it. I was like trying to focus on breathing because it felt like I was choking. Like it felt like I was drowning.
So they bring you downstairs, and at what point in the trip downstairs and out of the house were you trying to take off the mask?
I think the whole time. And when I was in the ambulance, I said to everybody, I'm a fucking idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. I'm a fucking idiot.
And then
I
what
said that to everybody. I said that to the hospital staff. I said that to all the firefighters. I probably said that when I was laying on the ground. Those were the words I just kept repeating.
what were they doing to you in the ambulance before the ambulance departed in terms of working on you?
They were working on getting a med flight. I had to get a blood transfusion. I finally agreed to keep the oxygen mask on my face, and they were doing my vitals and just trying to keep me stable before I was going to be transported to the hospital.
What hospital did you go to?
I was flown by med flight to Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston.
So by helicopter?
Yes.
And then when you were in the helicopter, was there anybody that you knew in the helicopter?
No, when I was in the ambulance, I was holding on to firefighter Smirtelni's hand.
And can you spell that for the court? It's a funny spelling. Why don't you spell that, if you can?
His first name's Kevin.
And it says, let me take a crack at that. Is it Smiertelny?
Yeah, I think you're right.
And did he go in the helicopter?
No, he was holding my hand the whole time I was in the ambulance and comforting me. And I asked if he could go in the helicopter. I didn't want to let go of his hand. I asked, can you come in the helicopter with me? And he said, I can't, no one can.
Okay. So you get in the helicopter, you're getting transported to Mass General, is it?
Yes.
Now, was there another problem with the oxygen in the helicopter?
It either like ran out or shut off. And when you're in a med flight, you're laying down and there's a person flying the helicopter next to you, and I just like tapped him and like gestured. I felt like I was drowning again. Felt like I was choking on, I couldn't get a breath. So I just like told him, like I couldn't talk, but I gestured like to the oxygen that was above me. It wasn't working, and I think they had switched the tank or something or turn it back on. Something happened, but my oxygen got shut off in the helicopter and they had to fix it.
Was that indicative of maybe some kind of a change of heart about whether you wanted to die?
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to say in those exact moments because it took a lot of healing from the moment I decided to make a suicide attempt to now to be healed mentally. So I don't know what my exact thoughts were in that moment, but I know when I got to the hospital, I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. How could I be so stupid?
What was the length of time that you were at Mass General?
Like the length from when I was admitted to discharge, it was 53 days.
And how many operations have you had?
I've had 5.
And what were the kind of the main issues that
Objection to the relevance.
Relevance?
just the circumstances, Your Honor, of what happened to her?
Sustained.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes. Take your time. So Cross, I need to, let's take a 10-minute break, please.
All right. We'll stand in a 10-minute recess.
Hi, 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 hi. Can you guys hear me? I don't know if you can or not. Let me see. Oh, yeah, you can hear me. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, I just ran down the street to grab my coffee. I'll be right back at the house. La-ti-da-ti-da. Hello, darling. How are you? I know, it's beautiful. No. What have you? Did you go in there? Nuts? Nuts? Was it crazy? Good. Listen, you're built for that shit. See you later. Sorry, I just saw a woman named Angela who she used to come to my aunt's business all the time in Faneuil Hall because she sold Irish stuff. And she's Irish, like off the boat Irish, like has the accent and all. And she nannies in Charlestown, so I see her all the time now. And she was telling me, asking me, hello. She was asking me how, well, I drink Red Bull too, right? I don't know if that's a Texas line, but I need a boot in the ass. I feel like I'm gonna, you know. So anyways, yeah, she was like, did you work this past holiday? It was like, she's like, I was in there all night and day and had to work the next day. But you know, the Irish, they're built for that shit. It is nice out. It's really nice out. How is everyone so far? What is everyone's opinions? Let me hear it in the chat if you're listening. Hey, how are you? What's going on? Hi, baby. Yeah, just literally waiting in line at Starbucks. This is how it be. They don't know that I'm live on YouTube, though, which is even funnier. Cross will definitely determine everything, and I think we'll be able to tell based on his attitude and the way he speaks to her. You know what I mean? Hi, how are you? Can I please have a venti brown sugar shaken espresso, please? No, that's it, dear. It's Erica, ERIC. Oh, and whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, can I just give you this? Can I pay half on this and half cash? Can I do that? Oh, just right here. Beautiful. Even better. I have like $2 left on my phone, like this little gift card that never goes into the frickin' total. It's so annoying. So, right. Yeah, I think she will too. She's done a great job. Yep. 5. Oh, 6. What do I owe you? Oh. No. Oh. 4. There you go. And then this is like $3, so thank you. Yeah, I think that she held her own. She was like poised and not, obviously emotional, talking about having to like let her child go and stuff like that. And obviously emotional, I mean, about fucking talking about making a decision to end your life. That's not an easy decision. One could assume, on top of having to relive it for the fucking world to see. But they know that. They know that. No, it's Starbucks, baby. No dunks. I can't drink dunks. I don't even think it does anything either. Dude, I refuse to say venti too, but here's the thing, right? It only comes, they do like, what is it? It's grande, it's either tall or grande, one or the other, and then venti, and then Trenta, I think. I don't fucking know. My kid gets a Trenta fucking whatever it's called, a juice or whatever it's called. It's a drink. And I'm like, yeah, I used to refuse to say it, but now I'm like, I don't even know. Because it's something like, do I get a large? What is it? Large, extra large? I don't know. Y'all think Bradle pressed her enough to get everything he needed? Yeah, yeah, honestly, I feel like he probably got more than he needed. At least that is what I thought when I was listening to even some of the things. I was kind of like, I wonder what the relevance of this is. You know what I mean? Or like, I wonder what the relevance of this is. I forget what it was, but I specifically thought that about something. And now I kind of forget. But, yeah, I think he did a good job. Wiretapping Starbucks, yep. Yes, Jess, we're all behaving, honey. J7 up in this douche. Allie, live to tape. Dude, I can't believe this is just a fucking break. Like, it has, like, why couldn't you wait for lunch? What are they doing? It's crazy. All right, let me go over to, thank you, Lovey. You're the best. Have a great day, darling. Thank you so much. So guess what? I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. If you can't hear me, I'll tell you the story when I get home. Buddy made it in a Trenta cup for me. I'm so excited. So I like the oat milk in it. It just cuts the taste of the coffee, which I don't understand people that drink black coffee. It's fucking weird. But anyways, he does it like extra big for me, and not like it's like I said, it's not like oh, never mind.
On record in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, all counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, Ms. Fitzsimmons, you may resume the stand. I think we're ready for cross, right?
Y'all wait till y'all see what he wrote on my coffee.
Yes.
You know as your time as a police officer that domestic calls are the most dangerous. True?
Yeah, that could be true.
Could be true. Well, they're the most dangerous, right? That's where.
I go into every call thinking it could be dangerous, but I guess domestics are. If that's a fact, then yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you just keep your voice up?
Yes,
Thanks.
sorry.
That's okay.
Sure. Well, okay, we'll step back and we'll go with your point. Every call is dangerous, right?
It could be.
Sure. Well, you have to treat it that way.
Yes.
Right? Because you don't know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
Domestic calls, like we just talked about, can be especially dangerous because you're dealing with people who are sometimes highly emotional.
Right.
Okay?
That's why you always separate when you get to a scene.
And we'll get to that, okay? And I agree with you that you need to keep people apart.
Right.
But you also need to.
Excuse me one moment. Yeah, you're gonna need to, ask closer,
I don't know if I can typically do that.
Thank you.
When you walk into a domestic situation, whether it's a restraining order that you're serving, whether it's a call for some sort of domestic violence, right? You walk in there with a heightened sense of awareness. Is that fair to say?
As a police officer, you always have a higher sense of awareness.
Okay. But domestics are kind of a different animal, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
And because emotions are involved, true?
Yes.
And sometimes the opposite of love isn't hate, it's anger, and things can go in 9 different directions in a minute. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
When you're dealing with someone who you know has a mental health past, it can be even more volatile, correct?
Volatile.
Yes.
I wouldn't use that word as it pertains to mental health, sir, respectfully.
There is as a police officer, there's a heightened sense of awareness, right? You're taking all the information in.
In every call, yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, domestic violence call in particular. You don't agree with me?
No, I do. I agree with you on every call. A heightened sense of awareness is key to being a police officer. So domestic, car accident, anything. We go to work in a bulletproof vest.
Exactly, that's my point.
Yeah, we have to.
When you go to a domestic call, we talk, or you talk, you try to separate people, right?
Yes.
Because if they come together or you can see each other sometimes, bad things can happen. Right?
Yes.
And so when you walk into a domestic violence situation, or any situation, right? Your first order of business is to keep everybody safe. Fair to say?
Yes.
The people who called, right?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
If you have a partner, your partner.
Yep, the other officers, yeah.
If there are family members there, you want to keep them safe. True?
Yes, police officer, your job is to keep everyone, including yourself, safe.
If there are children, you want to keep them safe.
Everybody.
Okay. So, and if you think there are guns in the house, that is a particularly serious concern for you also, right?
Yes.
For your safety,
Yes.
for your partner's safety,
Yes.
for the children's safety, for everybody, right?
For everybody.
And you know that, correct?
I know that.
And so you know when you walk into a scene, when you think there may be some mental health issues, that there may be some weapons, that you don't take your eyes off anybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't let someone walk into a room by themselves, right?
You shouldn't know.
You should have, I think with Officer Houston, you should be in their pocket, right?
I'm not familiar with that phrase. Did he say that?
He did.
Okay.
Well, if you're not familiar, you should be right near him, right?
Yes.
Because at any point, someone can grab a weapon,
True.
use a weapon,
True.
and especially when there's a heightened sense of volatility on some of these calls, right?
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's just kind of common sense anyway, right?
Yes.
And you've been trained on that.
Yes.
And so you don't take your eyes off any of the parties, true?
True.
You don't leave them alone.
True.
That's what you're trained to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And that's pretty much common sense of what you do.
That's what you're supposed to do, yes.
Right, okay. We agree on that.
We do.
Now, if there is you are a police officer, so you know other divisions of the forces, correct? Like SWAT. You understand what SWAT is, right?
I was a very new police officer. I was only on for about 2 years. I'm not familiar with SWAT. I know it a little bit.
Okay, so we'll talk about what you know.
Okay.
SWAT is a special weapons tactical team. You know that, right?
I know that. I don't know exactly what their job functions are or what they do.
But you do understand that they respond to highly volatile situations that are dangerous. True?
Yes.
Okay. If there is a weapon involved, someone's barricaded, there's an active shooter, they respond.
Yeah, they go to everything that's bad.
Okay. Because they're highly trained to deal with those situations. True?
True.
They're the ones who see guns all the time, see violence all the time, and have to react to a weapon. True?
True.
Because not every call involves a weapon. Some of them are, like you said, car accidents. True?
Every call is very different.
Yeah. And so, but those guys are trained and picked because they deal with that stuff well. True?
I don't know how they're picked or trained. I know nothing about their training or the process of becoming on SWAT.
Okay, but you know to call them if something happens. Right?
That wouldn't be my job, but my supervisors. But yes, we can agree to that. Yes,
Okay.
They get called to bad things. I know this.
They get called to bad things and have to deal with bad things.
Yes.
Right? And you know that as a police officer, you need to qualify and get trained in order to do certain things. If you're on, like a domestic violence officer may have to be trained in domestic violence to be in a unit like that. True?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have that on my department, but I have heard of that on other departments. Like a domestic violence detective would probably be trained more in that sense.
Right, so there's sometimes specialties
Yes.
that people focus on, that
Yeah.
people are prepared to deal with better than other people. True?
Yes.
Officer Noonan was on the SWAT team, you know that, right? You know that.
I know that now.
Okay. You knew he started in Andover, that's where he began his career.
I knew he started in North Andover.
Sorry, North Andover. And then he went to Lawrence.
Yes.
And Lawrence is really a different atmosphere than North Andover. You agree with me there?
Yes.
North Andover.
North Andover does get the flood in of Lawrence.
Sure, there's some crossover,
Yes.
right? But you know what that crossover is.
Yes.
True?
True.
It's not to disparage any community, right? But Lawrence has more guns than North Andover.
I think so. I don't know off personal knowledge, but I would assume.
Okay. They have more gangs.
Yes, that I do know. Yes.
They have more drugs.
Yes.
They have more violence.
Yes.
They have more need for people who can deal with that stuff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that Officer Noonan worked in Lawrence for years.
I did know that. Yes.
Okay, you did know that, right?
Yeah, I did.
And then he came back. Did you say you were on the job or not on the job when he came back?
I was already on the job when he came back.
Okay. And you know he came back from Lawrence, right? And when he came back from Lawrence, it was really, he was the most experienced person on the force at this point, right? From what he had been through.
I didn't know his experiences.
Okay, you knew that he was.
I honestly thought I looked at my lieutenants as that
Well,
for me.
Officer Noonan, back when you were on the job, you looked up to him.
Yeah, I looked up to all the senior officers that were willing to train me or give me any type of advice.
Well, we're talking about Officer Noonan.
He did that.
Okay.
So yes.
Yeah, you looked up to him. You knew he was experienced. Correct.
Yes.
You knew he was a by the book kind of guy, that he was going to teach you well.
Yes.
You went to him for that.
I went to him for advice.
Right. And you went to him for advice because you thought you knew what he was doing, right? He'd been through the ringer, and that's why you went to him, right?
No, he told me, he reached out to me and told me that, he's been on bad calls before and this is how he handles it.
Right.
And
you appreciated that.
I did.
Okay. And it seemed like that was true with the advice he was giving you.
Yes, yes.
A gentleman about it. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Justin's a different story in your life, correct? Justin, on June 30th, you had said that what was happening was a surprise. I don't know if you used those words, but the demeanor you gave off was this came out of the blue, right?
I was very confused.
You were confused, but stuff, and we're not going to get into it, but stuff that happened that weekend before, that Saturday night, that would have given you some inkling that something was wrong, right?
I was aware me and Justin were in an argument. I was aware the second I woke up in the morning, that's why we were planning to meet.
So it wasn't a surprise that there was some strife between you and him at that point.
No, I knew that. I'm saying I was more surprised about being ditched at the Common and the police involvement. Those were
the police had come to your house on that Sunday to check in on you, correct?
I got accused of.
I'm not asking what you were accused of.
They came to see if I was okay. They thought I was in a car accident. I was never in a car accident.
Okay. But they came to you because they're concerned of you, right?
They thought I was in a car accident.
Okay. And on the Monday.
Somebody told them that.
On the Monday, well, okay, we'll get back to that.
Okay.
On the Monday, you were surprised by this order, correct?
Yes, I was surprised by the order.
And you say that you have no idea why this has happened.
Right.
You eventually think that you're, Caden's going to be taken away from you for a short period of time, right?
You say short, and that's fine. But he was 4 months old, and it was 14 days. That's an eternity for me.
I grant you that.
Okay.
I grant you that.
Thank you.
That is a significant amount of time for any parent. True.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
But I'm sure that was devastating to you, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And it was Justin who was doing that to you, right? It wasn't the police.
No. Right.
It was Justin who went to court, who said, I should have custody of that child, correct?
Correct.
And so that's who is doing these things to you, right?
Yes.
So that's who your anger was focused on, right?
I mean, I don't even know if I got to the point of grieving, of anger yet. I don't think I was there yet. But if any of my emotions were directed towards somebody, it would be Justin.
Sure.
Yes.
Because you felt betrayed.
I did.
And you knew he was going to get Caden.
I knew that I had to give Caden to the police, for the police to give Caden to Justin.
Well, you know the police don't take custody of children, right?
I don't know that.
Well, as your time as a police officer, have you ever actually taken custody of a child and left?
I have.
So you're telling this court, you're telling the judge that if there is not a family member to take a child because something happens, that you actually take the child and leave? You don't call DCF?
Well, you always file a 51A after the fact.
And then they come to the home and they take it, correct?
So I guess the call I went on was different. I did end up taking the juvenile in my police car. I drove her to the police station where she met with family members.
Okay, so how old was this person?
She was maybe 12.
Okay, but we're talking about infants, right? You wouldn't transport it.
No, I guess.
So,
Counsel's testifying about facts that are not evidence and not proven. They're sort of being suggested as if they're gospel, which might mislead the witness.
So overruled, but Mr. Gubitosi, you can just allow Ms. Fitzsimmons to complete her answer, and like all witnesses, I don't want you folks speaking over one another.
Of course.
Thank you.
So you agree with me that DCF would typically come and get an infant, right?
Yes, I've never personally had a call with.
Well, okay, let's just talk about your career. You said you.
I think so. I can't tell you for sure.
Well, let's just talk about your career. When did you graduate the academy? May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and you went out on leave on when?
I went light duty while I was pregnant. I was about 20 weeks pregnant when the duty belt didn't clip anymore.
Okay, so, but you went out on February 16th. That was Katie's birthday, right? That's your official leave?
Yeah, that's my official leave.
Okay, so 20 weeks, and he was, so you do the math. How many months were you actually on the road?
Okay, let's see. So like 7 months, and then I was light duty. So I graduated the police academy in May of 2024, and I went out on maternity leave February 16th of 2025.
So you're actually just on the road for 7 months?
Light duty, you're not on the road because, I mean, you're pregnant.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And that was your choice to stay in the station and work that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were actually on the road, going to calls, doing the dirty work as a police officer, just for 7 months, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to jump back to June 30th at the house after the police come, right? You called your mom. You asked to do that, and they let you do that, right? There's no prohibition.
Are you talking about after the police?
Yes, after the police arrived.
Yes, I called my mom.
Okay. And she came.
Yes.
Okay, she came. Now, you called her your best friend, right?
My mom is.
Your best friend, right? And so you could have talked to her, correct?
Yes.
When Justin arrived, you knew he came in the house, right? You heard it.
No.
You didn't hear him come in the house?
No.
You knew he was coming to get the baby.
I never expected a police officer to allow the victim or plaintiff in a case to enter the home where the defendant is.
Well, you knew he was getting a child. Correct?
Yeah, but I thought that I passed Kaden off to walk outside. I never thought, and I never knew Justin was in my home.
You knew he was coming to the house?
I thought they would do it at the school, but yes, I mean, I knew he was going to be in the vicinity. I never expected or knew he walked through my front door.
When you went upstairs, and we'll talk about that green chest you called it, correct?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Okay, you could just flip it open.
Yes.
When you claimed you pulled the trigger, it clicked.
It did.
It was not around in the chain.
Correct.
There was a full magazine in it, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you used that gun to go shooting on Friday, true?
That is true. That's why I didn't chamber around. Thank God.
And when you're doing shooting, were you qualifying? What were you doing on that Friday?
We have a qualification. Yeah.
Okay, so you had to do that, right?
Yeah, because.
And when you're shooting for qualifying, when you're at the range, how do you hold your pistol?
2 hands, and then there's some where they say use your strong hand or your left hand, you're not strong.
But your typical reflex is two hands, true?
Yeah, that's
Two hands extended.
that's most of the range day. Yeah.
Right, that's your training. That's the safest way to shoot a gun, true? So that's your default?
That's what we do at the range for those 8 hours, other than the one part where you shoot with your strong and non-strong hands.
So on Friday, you spent hours shooting with two hands?
Yes. Yeah, it was Friday. Yes.
Well, I'm asking you.
I think so.
Now, you stated that after the police came and you were starting to process things, true?
Yes.
And it took a bit for you to process things. You about your life unraveling, true?
Yeah, as I was packing things, it just started to hit me like this is going, this is going, this is going. Just as I was walking around the house, I just was like,
All those things are going, and it's all because of what Justin did.
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Judge.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
And the defense, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor,
Okay.
aside from the view.
Aside from what?
The view.
Okay. All right, so can I see counsel at sidebar along with Ms. Fitzsimmons? So, you know what, a couple of things that we discussed at sidebar. First, I just want to make sure that procedurally we're as precise as we need to be. So technically, the defense hasn't rested because we have the issue of the view. We're gonna, as we discussed at sidebar, what I'd like to do is break until 2. At 2, I'd like a definitive answer on whether the defense still seeks to have me view the location, number 1. Number 2, I'd like to conduct that charge conference that we spoke of, and 3, leave with a schedule as to, definitive schedule as to what will happen tomorrow, which the hope would be that you folks do your closings and I begin my deliberations. All right, so let's reconvene. That will give you enough time, Mr.
Yes,
Fredo?
thank you
Okay.
very much.
All right, and, yeah, okay. So we will stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
All right.
All right. You guys can hear me now, right? Jeno, can you hear me? Wait, Linder's on an overnight. Do they make bench trial pads? What's that? Okay, so you can hear me, right? Now give me 1 second, right? All right, so can you hear me when I remove myself from the stage? All right, ready? I'm gonna go do it right quick. My circle's gonna disappear. I need you to let me know if you hear me say the word fuck. All right, cool. Good to know. I just wanted to make sure. So I was talking to you guys and you weren't listening to me. Did you guys hear the music I was picking? I was talking into the void, Linder, unfortunately. Oh, okay. So you guys could hear that music, right? So I'm fucking pissed because ugh! I was saying, Ray, holy shit, you use, I think, StreamYard, and he does because he sent me a link. They have a section called background music. One of the names of the fucking background music is called Feeding the Ducks. Did you guys know that that's where she got that from? Because I didn't know that's where she got that from. Did you? What are you snooping on, Texas? Please come back with details. Okay, no, that's fine. But right? So I look and I'm reading the song things, and because it says I can't share my screen. Yeah, I didn't know that's what she fucking got it from. That's fucking hilarious. And you can add your own music too, which is cool. I found it because I was looking for a I'm trying to look for a timer, like a ticker, like to count down until 2 o'clock. This ain't it's about that long game. Etsy, yeah. Esty, sorry, Esty. Oh my god, I know. But Maria, I didn't know she got the fucking song. Well, so again, I had like a 10-minute conversation by myself, I guess, because nobody was listening. No, you guys were listening. I fucked up and didn't make myself on stage. What I was saying is, like, I love sitting on here with you guys, but then it's like once I'm done with that after fucking 5 hours or whatever, it's like the last thing I want to do is go through all this shit. I'm like, but I'm still learning like all the little, ins and outs of like what they have to offer. And then I learned recently too that YouTube now has music or something that I think you can buy for cheaper, like to what is this? AI sucks. I hate how they like these fucking people make videos on YouTube with pictures using AI and then you click the video and it's not the same thing. I hate that. I hate it. But you can, to be fair, we're terrible listeners. Yeah, I know, and that's the thing, right? I know. I'm too. It's okay. He's okay. He's okay. He's okay. Let's go. Oh, let's go back in the NBC chat. Let's see how Donna's doing. Excuse you. I don't like that. Oh my God. Commonwealth Confidential. They're doing now. Instead of the, what was the other one called with Karen Reed? Huh? Do you remember? It was something confidential. Canton. Now they're doing Commonwealth Confidential tonight. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, there's no chat. What the fuck? Here we go. Yeah, they have it on I don't think they have it on the live chat anymore. Feeding the ducks. What's he eating? Someone said yummy. Chili for lunch. Nice. Did you make it? Do you guys make it yourself? If you guys have any chili recipes, send them this way. Because so, like, kind of a funny story. Like, we have the ingredient list that my mother-in-law used, but the recipe got cut off. Isn't that fucking insane? So we have all the ingredients that, like, in, like, the brand names that she would buy. And then, did you put this on? Why?
Just to put it on.
Oh, okay. Dude, volatile. I can't. Why does he keep saying that? It's ridiculous. Who has zero creativity? I'm creative. I just have fucking ADHD like a bitch. Yeah, Canton Confidential. But yeah, we don't have the fucking, we have the Southern Chili as top tier. Oh yeah? Okay. The sad thing is we could all rally around this case because it's so cut and dry about how awful they treated her and why they did. But no, they have to hate Aiden more. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. I know, isn't that wild? Like, you have the people that are just straight like Turtle Boy haters, like, you know, and they're mad at Kelsey because they hate Aiden is so crazy to me. Like, if that's like if everything the Globe, like my father, like always, like he always read the Herald when I was younger. Like, and it was always like, oh, like now the Globe, like that's like if everything that was said in the Globe, or like the Globe was anybody advocating for somebody or something, that means you hate everything they had. That makes no sense. You can't do that. I'll send the recipe. Oh, it's homemade? Even better. I love it. So excited. Oh. It's crazy that people's life's goal is to go after Aiden. Like, bitch, no one's gonna take him down. No one ever will. He's great at what he does. Leave him the fuck alone. But that's what they live for, and that's it. They could have called it Essex Skeptics. Yeah, no shit. Hey, Miss Jess. Nice to see you, Levy. Yeah, I think we all have fucking ADHD. Erica, you want to? Yes, I would love to come dye eggs. I love doing that. You know that shit. I don't got a baby girl. I don't know. She is coming home for Easter, she said, but right? Absolutely. My the chili at my job's pretty good. It's definitely sweeter. I like it more so on like the nachos and stuff. What's your problem, ma'am? Looks like him. He's originally from Dorchester?
Yeah, it doesn't say wife.
Hold on. Why they're still married? Andover scam over. There you go. There you go. I can't imagine being that obsessed openly about someone that they're never going to, no one actually cares. Well, and that's the thing too, right? It's like, it's not even that, because we make Rotel dip amazing. That's like wicked famous. Like, I remember that's like old school shit. I love that. I actually make, I make like it's not, I don't even know if it's 7 layers, but I used to make it all the time with like chili, cheese, sour cream. Yummy, yummy. Who's Aiden? Never heard of him. Anthony said mute. That's what Ray said. And that's it. And that's it. And that's what you have to do. Like, even with me, like, there's a person still on Twitter, like, sharing pictures of me and calling me a heroin addict. Like, I've never even fucking done heroin. Like, I've never even done fucking cocaine. Like, I'm not saying I haven't tried other things as a kid, you know, as a teenager and stuff like that, but like, it's just, it's false. And like, if like, for instance, like, I was a, you know, I was the summer camp director here in 2019 going, and then we were going to do 2020. I would have still been if COVID never hit, and the city didn't find another route to go with that was probably more cheap, you know, that was actually probably more affordable. I probably still would have been. And in that case, I probably would have been able to fucking sue their asses, because you can't just go around saying that. I'm sorry. You can't. What if somebody else, you know, what if a parent in my neighborhood saw that? You know, what if, even still, like, it's embarrassing, yeah, but I get it. It's the internet. They get to say whatever the fuck they want to say because it's the internet, right? But you also can get punched in the fucking mouth, like, you know, that's the thing, right? But that's why they say it on the internet. But somebody could see that, and honestly, if it did interfere with my life in that sense, or my professional life, or even my personal life, yeah, I may consider going, you know, and getting a an order or whatever. But, you know, it's like, it is what it is. Apparently, wait, all right, let's see. Hold on one second. Sorry. Let me read some comments here. But sorry, Linda, but yes, to get back to what I was saying, 100%. And that's why I took that picture and I showed all of you guys. It's on one of my episodes. You can go back and watch it. It's a very, I showed you the original picture, and you know why I did not have a shirt on was because I was standing up for my First Amendment rights, because I was fucking pissed because the Mass State Police kept bothering us about our clothing, which is so crazy to me that I even have to say that in this day and age. So I took my shirt off and walked a block to my car. Again, like, I'm self-conscious. I feel like everybody is. Like, it is what it is. But regardless, like, and I lit a cigarette because I was walking to my car. I was leaving for the day. I wasn't in the area. I wasn't out front of the courthouse, you know, congregating. I wasn't, you know, there and we're holding a sign for Karen. I was walking away. A picture was taken, but you know what? I'm glad that fucking picture was taken, because guess what? My lawyer was able to add it to a fucking lawsuit, into a claim against the fucking state that they had been harassing me, state police that they had been harassing me, you know, over and over again. So fuck them, fuck that picture. It is what it is. But again, yes, they keep adding that picture to Twitter, making claims that I'm a drug addict. And again, when I catch this person, and I will, we'll talk then. It's ground meat with lots of, yeah, that's it. The Sanchez Broyles Muppet guys are obsessed. Oh yeah, it's insane. What the fuck? I don't understand the hate watchers. If I don't like someone, I stay far away. Right. They make us like you even, that makes us like you even less, Justin. What did she say? Was she being mean? Wait a minute. Did I miss a troll? Who's Justine? Maybe I missed it. Anyways, savvy. Oh, Justin. I'm an idiot. Weird how they even tried to bait Aiden about the story out of Plymouth. I don't know why Timu keeps fucking texting me that I have points. You gotta go on and spend fucking money. It's stupid. Weird how they're trying to bait Aiden about the story out of Plymouth, simping for Boston 25 News, who reported on KR, but TV bad. So, exactly. Insane. There's a specific person who loves throwing insults at people that only apply to themselves. Apparently, I'm a junkie or something. Oh, a specific person? I'd love to hear who you're talking about. You can message me. I got one of those accounts suspended. They aren't on Twitter. I'm sorry to hear the fucks are still going after you. I appreciate you, Grammy Kisses. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Yeah, to be honest with you, it's funny because I have the messages where that person, I believe, literally said to me, like, he may have said it on the phone when I called his bitch ass, but he literally said to me, he's like, yeah, I mean, he's like, I don't even know why you give a fuck. Like, people obviously like you. They keep getting my fucking page taken down. I was like, isn't that now? I at first when I saw that picture, like, I literally like felt like balling up in a fucking ball and like crying because I'm like, oh my god, everyone's gonna see this. I'm so embarrassed. And guess what happened? People fucking, I didn't even have to ask. I didn't even ask. Not that I, should I, like if I saw something like that about any one of you, I would have reported it too. Fuck that shit, But the fact that like people went and reported it and had those pages taken down, like, fuck you, Talk that shit, Erica. Truth. Heroin addict. I love when people call me that. It's like, no, sweetheart, I haven't done heroin in 9 years, thank you. And that's the thing, Linda. Like, even if I did, it's like, obviously I'm not doing it now. Like, it's just foolish. It's just fucking foolish. But he literally made an AI picture of me sitting on the toilet with like drugs all over my face. It was disgusting. Everyone is mouthy until they get punched in the mouth. And that's everyone's crazy until they meet someone crazier. And guess what, bitch? I will be 10 times fucking crazier than anyone you've ever met. So keep fucking with me. That's all I have to say about that. Huck, if you buck, boy. Amen to that. That's the truth. Say whatever you want, but don't be sad when you lose some teeth over it. Exactly. Imagine how skinny we'd be if we were and that's the other thing. Like, so then like other people were coming on that didn't like me and they were like, she's too fat to be a heroin addict. I'm like, thanks. Like, thanks, guys. Thanks for the backup here. Appreciate it. I thought this was the heroin support group. Someone lied to me, but seriously, what happened to being a stalker quietly with closets filled with pigs and candles, etc. Like Helga G. Pataki. Stoop kid's afraid to leave his stoop. That picture is also the new state flag. 8 months of betrayal. Bro, why are you saying that? Why are you saying that? Because I got a message like that. Weird. Because I wish one of them dudes come up to me like they did the GOAT and bail. Yeah, right. And that's what it is, right, Ray? Like, they know he's on bail. They know that, he's fucking, it backed into a corner when it comes to things like that. They know he has evolved in a sense, too, where, again, if you've been here from even the beginning of Karen Reed, if you've been here since the beginning of that, you can see the evolution of Turtle Boy. You can. And I think, like, going to jail and I'm not saying I don't think it's going to ever change him. I think it's going to change how he works. It's going to change how he tiptoes around these pieces of fucking shit and gets the truth out there in the right way no matter what. Like he has been doing this entire time. I think that he realizes now that the powers that be, that they'll stop at fucking nothing to silence people that they don't agree with, or people that that they don't like, or stories that they just point blank don't fucking want out there. The fact clothing caused this zaps. Right exactly. I mean, and that's the thing though, they would have found something else to make fun of me for, you know what I mean? Like my eczema that they were calling my cold sore. I'm like, come on, will you? And if it was a cold sore, I would have fucking told you. Like, it's like, I don't like, do people not get cold sores anymore? I don't get it. Like, is that some like big fucking thing? I don't understand. Yeah, weird. And then Aiden, like 3 weeks later, cut himself shaving. And somebody was like, oh, look, he got his cold sores from Erica. Like, ugh, nasty. I would never kiss him. Not like that anyways. Gross. No offense. That picture is comparable to Joan of Arc. I love you. And I love that flag. You're a fucking I forgot to show that to you, Anthony. With the fucking cigarette. Oh, no. With the fucking cigarette hanging out of my mouth. I completely forgot that. Mary, I think you had told me this, like, one night you had said, like, you would, said something like, go check it. And I was like, I went and looked, but it was later at night. I think that's why. And I was like just fucking spent. So hold on one second. Stay close to people who feel like sunshine. Oh my God. My little punchy boy, punchy baby. He died out quick, huh? Stop seeing him on everyone's algorithm real fast. Insane. I can't believe the dog, too. He put the fucking dog on the restraining order. Oh, you did? I thought you weren't here for it.
No, it's crazy.
All right, let me see. Sorry. Because I am going to share that picture with you guys. Hold on. Actually, I can sign it right here on my computer. Connor McMahon is that the real Connor? The issue is Jabril wants someone to hit him so that Granny Gallagher can help him sue. Imagine that. Talk that shit, baby. Did you make me lunch yet? I'm hungry. I fucking love you, Erica. Hold your head up high. I love you more, Mama. You too. Paybrill. Paybrill, she says. Working on a boss. No offense, but I'm over. Oh, the fucking Rockos. They're ruining care, fundraising, co-signing bullshit. I don't know. And yeah, I don't know if they're. I get it. Like, I don't know if they're co-signing the bullshit as much as they're just not. Yeah, no, I get it. And that's the thing, right? Like, because I was just going to say as much as just not acknowledging it, but you're right. Like, kind of silence can be deafening, and that kind of happens too a lot. It is what it is, girl. You know, I'm like, I'm over it too. I'm over the whole thing. I have no beef, no problem with the Rockos. As far as I was concerned, I thought we were cool. And yeah, like I'm pretty sure someone said to me, Jenna Rocco does not like you. And I said, okay. I literally was like, okay, cool. Like, I like it, that like, that does not affect my daily, like, does not affect how I put on my shock slippers in the morning. You know what I mean? It doesn't change anything. However, do I think that they, you know, did what they could for Karen? Absolutely. You know, they did a lot of organizing of fundraisers, which is, you know, online fundraisers, which is, it's tough, you know. So I get it. And it's a lot of work. And thankful. Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, I hope they don't think like people aren't appreciative of them, because we are. Like, that's like, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, joining in on the whole fucking TB bad bandwagon is just foolish. I think they thought that a couple months ago, I think they thought that this was going to go a totally other way. I don't, and I really do. I will admit, even as a turtle rider and as somebody that's been a part of this movement from the very beginning and has, you know, emotional and mental stake in it, and friends and, you know, people, you know, that have grown close to me and feel like family. Maria in the chat right now, you know what I mean? People like her. It's like one of those things where even at that point in time, I think we were all a little bit worried, like, fuck, what's going to happen here now? I can tell you right now, the people that are here, I'm not shocked. In a good sense, like the people that stayed, I'm not shocked. I say it all the time. I said it, you know, we always got the good guys in the divorce. We all know that. You know, so that's a good thing. But yeah, I think co-signing the nonsense and bullshit, yeah, it just gets you into shit like this. It gets you into comments like this, and people then don't want to donate. And I understand that. It sucks. You know, it's a tricky situation. The whole thing was civil to Jess. What happened since then? Oh yeah, Justin in the wig. Yes, Justine. I love it. That's it, baby. And that's what I'm saying. Like, just see me. Why do you have to talk on Twitter behind a fake name? Or come into my YouTube channel's chat under a fake name? Why can't you say it to my face? You're so big and bad and so tough, and if that's how you really feel, just say it. You know? They won't, though. They won't. And that's the thing, like, they take pictures of me during the first trial and make them all gross. And so it's like, it is what it is. They weren't out there. They weren't fucking out there. You know, they weren't out there on the streets during it. They weren't even half of them weren't even in the online community during it. I don't remember seeing those people every Tuesday and Saturday and 8 and shit. And then almost every fucking night when he would go live after court. I don't remember seeing any of those names, you know? Ray, I think I may, and you better come up. I hope to God. I hope to God. I don't know. He said he was going to announce it soon. Once I find out, I'll let you know. Yeah, it's definitely May. Sorry, that's what I think I may. It's definitely in May. Shut up. Shut up. Oh, that's fantastic, Christina. Good for you, sis. Honestly, that's that one and then the Henny account are two accounts that I want to know who's behind. I think I know. I think we all know who's behind them. And I think it's probably more than one person. However, when you go online and you start typing in like an accent and then you try to call other people like racist and shit, that shit drives me fucking nuts. Nuts. The level of hypocrisy in this whole fucking thing is just crazy. You rocked that statement of protest. I appreciate it. I'm going to show you a badass picture that my friend Mary made us. Hold on one second. Just want to get through these comments. Internet ass dudes. I want that internet in person in energy. Facts. Grammy was on that shit. Yep. Love it. I love you all. You guys are great. My noodles ain't right either, Erica. Nope. I could almost respect someone if they said that shitty stuff to my face because they had the nuts to say it to my face. But if you can only say it behind a screen or talk shit behind my back, yeah, I can't. I'll never respect anything like that. Thank you for your help, my sweet Mary B. We all report the picture, but I personally think it's one of the most badass pictures I've ever seen. Yeah, no, the picture I'm cool. I've gotten over, right? A friend of mine took it, and even I was like, oh, don't share that yet. And she's like, I would never. She's like, I only sent them to you. So again, the one picture they can get is because it's on a public filing by my lawyer. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's, I mean, I really could have told him not to put that picture in there, and he wouldn't have. But it is what it is. Hey, chill out. I don't know why I just got bounced from the studio, but that was weird. Sorry. I was way behind, my guys. Oh, my bad, guys. My bad. Get in line, take a number. Barry's having another episode. Yeah, so I got the 8-month thing too. Okay, all right. I'm not on bail, but I'm ready. I'm really fucked up. My noodles ain't right. Same. Ray is one of the many men who suffer from unright noodle syndrome. They're too bitch made. That's why they use a keyboard. They wouldn't know what to do if they actually pulled up on anybody, or if actually anybody pulled up on them. That happened to me and my cousins a couple of years ago. And she's like, all right, yep, all right, you want me to come over? All right, I'll be right over. We pulled up. The one girl that came with us, she was like already being like, no. I'm like, just stay in the fucking car then, because you're an idiot. You shouldn't have even came. So we pulled over. I stayed back a little bit, like a block back, but like I could see the house directly. I watched my cousin. She went up on the porch, knocked on the door, came back down the stairs. The girl peeks her head out. I go, court, like 3rd floor. And she looks up and the girl's like, what? What do you want? What are you doing here? And she's like, you told me to come over. Come down and talk. Like, let's go. Come down and talk. And she's like, what are you going to do? Jump me? And my cousin was like, no, we don't do that. Like, you wanted to. I just want to make sure she didn't do shady shit to my cousin. That's why I was there. And, Isabella Maria, I'm going to beat your little ass. Stop barking. There's no one out there. Stop. You look like a camel. Anyways, the girl looked out the window and was like, oh, what, he's going to jump me? And we were like, no, we don't do that. Like, come down. I was literally like a block away. Like, she just could see it because she looked out the window. And she's like, all right, I'll be right down. Shuts the window, comes down the stairs, and all of a sudden we hear click. She locked the door. Went back up to like the third floor and opened the little window in the like it's like the literally top of the house. And she's like, get out of my. We were like, yo, you told us to come. Come on. That's what that every time, every single time someone talks shit about me on Twitter, that's exactly what I think of as that moment. They will never ever show up. Sorry, I'm so behind. People who have words on their shirt they don't like. Yeah, exactly. My noodles sure ain't al dente. Thankful for my hips not lying and being sober. Barry is having another oh, jeez. Yeah, Barry's always having an episode. Where do people come up with this shit? I like to shake my noodle. Same. Yeah, I still even really haven't told the Barry fucking story. There were so many haters, even on our side. God forbid I went there and we're close. Oh my God, Maria, I'll never fucking forget that day. I will never, ever. Like, girl, sorry you dressed like a fucking dirtball. And then Maria, you know that she was one of the biggest fucking haters out there ever. I told that story. I actually, not your story, but I told a similar story about her a couple nights ago or last week or a couple episodes ago because she's the same bitch that said to somebody else, I'm sick and tired of standing out there and Erica, she gets all the attention and I'm just the, I can't even say it because y'all will know who I'm talking about, but I'm just the so-and-so standing there holding the so-and-so. And I was like, she said that? And the girl that told me was like, yeah, she did. And I was like, she can have the fucking attention. I don't want it. I don't like it. I don't need it. If she wants all the attention, tell her she can deal with these fucking people because she would just sit, she was one of the ones helping us, but really just did nothing. And this same person made a comment to Maria when Maria showed up, like, oh, Maria, what are you wearing? Like, are you going to the club or something? Now, Maria looked like a baddie like she always fucking does, and that was the problem. The girl was jealous. Straight jealousy. But again, I don't do that with people that I'm on the same side of. Like, if you're my friend, I'm going to be like, damn, girl, you look good. Like, hype you up. Why would I say, like, why would you, if you have a comment like that to somebody you don't even know, again, if Maria ever was like, well, what the fuck are you talking about? But Maria ain't like that. You know what I mean? And I told her, I'm like, just fucking ignore the bitch. Like, it's, everybody told her. Like, I think someone was like, what? Like, what are you talking about? It's fucking stupid. Me, Kate, what? I don't even have noodles, just nudes. Say, you're right. Barry is a return of the same episode. Oh my God. He's not enough. I can't stress enough how it is important is to protect our people, report, confront, DM others to report. It's too much ganging up. So we need to hit back. No, I totally agree, Grammy. You're the best. Why are you a clown? None of your business. The pic reminded me of an old school Post Malone. What happened on August 8th? Dude, I still don't know. I still don't know what happened on August 8th. So it was 8/8, and it's been 8 months. And oh, Jesus, 8's the number today. I'm going to have to go play my numbers. What? Are you fucking kidding me, Mary? I didn't know that. Rocco literally stoked it up again today. It's clearly personal. Fucking joke. That's because, I guarantee it, that's only because Aiden shared a fucking tweet yesterday of Jenna Rocco saying she believes Noonan. I guarantee that's the reason why that they might have got upset about that. I guarantee it. I think they're just young and immature. I don't know who we're talking about. I would assume the Roccos. I'm not sure. The pussycat would never touch anyone again if he touched me. Like, yeah, no, absolutely. Well, all right. Fuck the Roccos. Get some money and forgot where the fuck they came from, period. Cat needs a new team. So, and that's the other thing. Like, I'm sure Karen talks to Nick in a sense, but I don't think like she was ever as close with them as some may think. Not just, I'm not even talking about the Roccos. I'm talking about everybody. Like, people in this whole entire thing have portrayed they're like, it comes off as their relationships are a lot more than some may seem. We know a few people that's happened to. Christina came back. Yeah. I agree, Jen. Yeah. No, I know. If you're going to run your mouth, you got to be able to take it. That's it. That's what it is. Let your feelings fade into the fucking, yeah. I'm not sure about that anymore, Bailey. Hold that thought. Bailey says they're definitely team broils. I don't know, though. From what I've seen some things that I'm not sure that I don't think that's the case anymore. Twitter is just an opportunity to put your foot in your mouth, yeah. Thank you for being a part of this fucking community. I love you. Erica, did you see my short video on Justin? No, I'm going to have to look at that. I didn't show the other. Sorry. Oh, Jimmy Bones, out of time. I'll cut it out. Oh, good. I was going to say, even if you weren't, we're going to make you. And then we'll be able to go to somewhere after, and we can go out to dinner one night while you're here, and we can all hang out. That'll be fun. That'll be so much fun. Oh, I hope so too, Hippie Chick. That way you can come, absolutely. Where did Christy go? Is she gone off Twitter? She shouldn't be. I honestly haven't talked to her in a couple of days, but I'm not sure. I cannot believe the fucking dog. The dog. He tried to steal her dog. I would have been pissed. I mean, the baby's one thing, but the dog? Come on, man. Wait, who's a little weasel? Why? Is this the real Connor? Let me go look. Hold on. Now I gotta do something else because he's being a fucking asshole. Oh, all right. Yeah, it's him. Yes, we can go to Regina's. We can go all the pizza places, baby. But was dude on your show, Erica? Yes. So that's a thing. And I said it the other night. I think you're talking about Barry, right? I didn't get what I really wanted out of that interview in a sense of he didn't answer any of my questions that I had personally, which is fine. Like, we just didn't get to it. We were like talking about a multitude of things, and he came in there very poised and very rational, I will say. But yeah, some of the questions I wanted the answers to, he didn't give me. And I think that might be because he's not even sure of the answer. The biggest haters, you can share it anytime. Wait, who's a bigger hater? The whole point people miss is that you don't have to like what people say. But it's evident that Aiden was targeted by the same. Yes, absolutely, sister. Abso-fucking-lutely, baby. I know, he's going to come up here and then we're all going to go visit Texas. That would be fucking dope. Like, just a bunch of us fly out. I'm in a major hot flash. God bless you. You're the best. Scotty in the house, Jax V. What up, kid? Yes, Kelsey did really well. Really well. 2 likes. Let's go, baby. Nick Pussycuts. Has his head up, Karen. I think you're fresh, right? You're fresh. I love weed. Yes, same. Yes, we're going to Regina's, baby. And I don't know if you like steak tips, but we're doing that. We got to get steak tips. Oh, Mary B in the house, my girl. Right. How can you get an RO for a dog, dude? Crazy. But that's what I'm trying to say. He went in there like, oh, she's gonna kill my baby. She might even kill the dog. It's like, come on now. Come on, man. What the fuck's wrong with you? That's exactly what it is. She knew the dog was all she had. He wanted to hurt her so bad. And that's what it is. Because I'm telling you right now, I don't know, you know, obviously none of us were there, and we don't know like all the information prior, but it's been rumored, it's been alleged that he was cheating on her. It almost makes me think that he was cheating on her. She found out about it. Like that weekend, everything kind of hit the fucking fan. You know, the sister bullshitted about fleeing the fucking house. Like, come on, will ya? And it's like, you know what kills me is like when people have that attitude, but then you had to flee a house. You're sitting up there like you're some big bad bitch, and like, you know, yeah, I got my brother's back. Like, what about it? You know, and then I had to flee the house because Kelsey got so mad. Like, what? What? You sound fucking crazy, okay? You sound crazy. You sound like you have a scripted, you know, monologue that your mother typed up and made y'all study. And I'm sure fucking we should have checked Justin's hands because he probably has his written on the back of it. It's probably sewn into his fucking suit coat or his tie or on the back of his water bottle. You know, and it's like she came in there with like she had that sassy ass attitude. Like, I don't know, she's wearing like a pink like blazer, something like that. Like, get out of here, will you? Get the fuck out of here. Santopio's is still in Eastie. Yes, I haven't been to Santopio's in a while. They have good pizza too. The one up on Route 1 wasn't bad. Me and my husband went there recently. I love that he calls me that. It cracks me up. Reminds me of high school. I have so many fucking, like, I probably still till this day. Medium. I get mine medium. Never well done. Well done, no. Just not me. I love all meat. Same, sis. Hey, baby girl. You the queen. Take my dog. You might as well take my baby. That's what it is, right? Like, seriously, though, like it's funny you say that, though. Like, my daughter, like, she's like, they're mean to me. You let them bully me. Talking about the dogs, dude. She's like, and she'll be like, how are my brother and sister doing? Like, you know, how's my sister? Like, you know, it's funny. It's funny how they, especially where we only had one. And I always said, all right, like, he didn't want to give me a kid, so he fucking gave me dogs. You know, he gave me puppies. You know, we just never really decided to have another one either. I'm not Irish. I'm Irish. I'm not cultured when it comes to food. So y'all funny that it's funny you say that because I've always felt the same way. But I definitely don't have a whatchamacallit, like extensive palate. But it is what it is. Wait, would you say, Ray, if you now coming in, please? Wait, Ray, so wait, how do you like your steak? What did he write? Well done. Really? You're not good at cooking? What do you like to eat, though? Well, okay, so do you eat out a lot? A lot of people are different like that. I cook everything, like everything. I mean, I don't, like, we're not huge, I'll say, like, we're not huge fish people. Like, we don't really eat fish. I will eat, like, white fish every once in a great while, like, at the restaurant. Like, I'll, you know, at my restaurant, at where I work. Like, I'll eat, like, the fish and chips. Like, I'll eat that with a little lemon. Like, that's really good to me. Or, like, ketchup. I fucking put ketchup on, like, everything. Like shepherd's pie, right? Like, I make it with hamburger, like seasoned cooked hamburger, corn and mashed potatoes. I know everybody, like, I know a shit ton of other people. Like, sometimes my mom throws carrots and peas in it. Like, sometimes you can throw peas in it. Sometimes whatever. You can throw whatever the fuck you want in anything if we're talking real, you know? But like shit like that, like, I like, it's basics. Well, then there's cheese on top, and like I brown the cheese and stuff like that. But sometimes, like, I'll never fucking admit this to anybody else, but we call them in our house, we call them potatoes, but they're Idaho, and they're just like, you mix them with butter and water, and they're so fucking good. And they're quick and they're easy. And like, we found them when my daughter was playing on like 3 different fucking softball teams, and we weren't getting home until 9 o'clock at night. And I'd have to feed her like in between softball games, or like need something to make quick, you know? However, hello, champ. Welcome. I don't think I've ever seen this name before. Welcome to the Cool Kids Club. You've obviously subscribed if you're in here chatting, so I appreciate it. Irish poor palate. Yep. Yeah. I know a girl who married a guy who was fucking her best friend for years and they stayed together. I don't know how that worked out. Yeah, listen. Yeah, I don't know. King crab legs. See, never tried them. I don't think I could. I eat a lot of junk food and takeout. All right, well, I don't know if you're local, but we can change that. I'll always make you a plate if I cook, which I do a lot. Even tonight, like I think I'm gonna make. I don't know if I should make a chicken pot pie, or like even sometimes he just likes fucking cheeseburgers. But can I tell you something though? It is so weird, and what a fucking adjustment it's been. Like we went from a family of 4 to 2, like overnight. My daughter's at school and my father-in-law died. So it's like I always used to cook for a fucking army. Like I don't know how to portion. Like it's like in a sense where like when I cook, like it's like 10 people could fucking eat. Like I open the whole pack of chicken. Like, you know, my mother really is good at like kind of like she takes all her meats home, you know, washes them, cuts them, puts them in bags and like gets them ready for like each meal. Like, you know, not each meal, but like laying them in the freezer so you can use them when you need them. And that's something I need to do better. I just come home and like cook the whole fucking thing of chicken and put the leftovers in the fridge and no one eats them, you know? But now is like, it's just us. It's funny because half the time I'm like, oh, I'm not hungry now. Like I'm like, or it's just like, oh, you know, let's just grab, you know, we can order something, or, you know. So I'm like, I'm trying to refrain from that. So I've cooked a lot the last couple of weeks, but Ray had a bad experience with undercooked meat. Oh boy, here we go. So he's a fucking well done. Yeah. Oh no. You like fish and chips? Yeah, we got a lot of the good fish and chips up here. I haven't made American chop suey in a long time, but to be real with you, isn't it not just like pasta sauce and hamburger? Isn't that what American chop suey is? I haven't made lasagna in a minute. I made raviolis recently. I don't eat peas. Oh, hi Eileen. How are you? Good to have you here. Love that. Dude, I'm telling you right now, it's so good. And it is a quick meal, but like he fucking loves it. So like I'll make a big one and I'll keep it in the fridge and like he'll eat it for lunch, like, or, you know, even like a dinner the next night if he's working, or sometimes he's working and then comes home and he'll go to a side job. So he'll have like, you know, something quick when he gets home. And then, you know, sometimes he comes home after, like, so he'll heat that up. He loves it. Oh, barbecue today. Yeah, you had the chili. I saw that. But the instant mashed potatoes work so well with that, you know, for instance. Oh my God, my kids love it. Isn't it funny? Yeah, exactly. It's funny you say that though, because you literally only you boil the water. You don't even need butter. Like there's literally just water. But I add a little bit of butter, sometimes milk, and I use my hand mixer to mix them because I don't like when there's clumps in them. I mean, in general, that's what I do. I make a good mashed potato, anyways, but I use a lot of fucking butter. So my mother makes bomb fucking chicken pot pie, right? So what she does is she'll just make a huge batch of the mix and we'll put it into baggies and just lay it flat in the freezer. So I took one out yesterday to defrost. So I have it on like a cookie sheet in the fridge. And it's in like a gallon bag. So I went food shopping last night and I grabbed some pie crusts and so I might make one of those. But again, it's also something that will sit in the fridge, you know? And I think it's all in what the mixture tastes like, you know what I mean? Because like even when I first tasted my mother's, I was like, wow, this is so good. It's a little different, but it's so fucking good. Yeah, it's delicious. And again, she puts like, I think some like peas and maybe onions in hers, but she only puts like corn in mine. It's so good. I'll take a picture and post it later for you guys. Beef ribs. I don't know what that is, but sounds delicious. Instant mashed potatoes are good. KFC ones. Yeah. Yep. Oh my God, you use like the KFC ones too. Like 4 shepherd's pie. That'd be funny actually. Macaroni and cheese. Fire. So I have not mastered a baked macaroni and cheese. Not mastered. I have not had a baked macaroni and cheese recipe that I really like. My mother also makes a good one of those. However, I would like it if it was more creamier in the middle after it's done. The top of it is phenomenal. I don't know if she uses like breadcrumbs and Ritz or just bread. I think just breadcrumbs. It is so fucking good. However, it was a little not dry, but I think I would just like it a little bit more creamy with that crunch. It's just, you know, it is what it is. We're all talking about food now. I'm fucking hungry. I still cook like all 4 of my boys are living. I know. That's how I feel. I don't know how to cook small. I know. How is the barbecue? I want to know. Yep, there's 7 or 8 of us for dinner. It's a time. Oh, I bet. And that's how it is. Like, even here, though, like, I had my cousin over the other night. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm like, I made extra food, and like, it was perfect. It was enough. And I said to Anthony, I'm like, fuck, we're going to have like a shit ton of leftovers. And then he came. So I'm like, oh, that's good. You know what I mean? Like, but it is weird. Like, yeah, like only needing 1 jar of sauce. You know, I only use, for instance, I need to make my own like sauce recipe, but I don't know where to start. And I really haven't like tasted any ones that I like really like. And I like a sweet sauce. Like, I don't like a super like acidic-y or, you know, but I don't know. It is what it is. We need to go to the North End too, Ray, for chicken palm and like fried mozzarella and stuff like that. Bomb food in the North End. I eat lasagna from the deli soup dump with extra chef. Oh, that's different. Sweet Baby Ray's Bobby. That's my husband's favorite. We have it in the house all the time. Puts it on everything, not everything, but he'll make like a fucking like a deli sandwich, like a shredded turkey sandwich, and put fucking barbecue sauce on it. It cracks me up. Who's Toots? Toots. Oh, hi, Toots. There's a Toots, and then Champ is here. Ooh, chicken cutlets. I felt. Yeah, he can figure it out. Absolutely. And chicken cutlets are not easy to make, and people don't understand that because you have to have the egg, the flour, and the fucking breadcrumbs, and the oil splatters everywhere. So you got to clean up after that. Like, it sucks. That's why, like, I always like I make it like when people complain about tipping at a restaurant, I make it a point to like, all right, so just think about it this way, right? You didn't have to go to the supermarket. You didn't have to pick out the produce. You didn't have to touch the meats. You didn't have to fucking just go to the supermarket in general and stand in line after and bag your groceries and carry your groceries home and carry them upstairs or wherever you live in the house. And then you have to unpack those groceries, and then you have to open those groceries. You have to prep those groceries, and then you have to, you know, prep them, clean them, cut them, and then you have to cook it. And then after you're done cooking, if you can enjoy a meal, a lot of moms can't, because they can't sit down while they're 17 or fucking 2. 2 kids can seem like 17 kids are eating. Half the time, if I'm cooking like for Easter, you know, Christmas, whatever, and everyone's here and I'm making a big meal, half the time I've already like picked at the fucking mashed potatoes or something by now, you know? So it's like, I'm not even hungry by the time everyone sits down to eat, you know? But you know, you sit down and eat, and then what? Then you got to clean it all up. Then you got to fucking do the dishes, and then, you know, you got to wipe down the counters and everything else. And people don't realize that when they come to a restaurant, like, that's what you're tipping for, right? Because the chef makes a good wage. Like, that's what the whole restaurant industry is based on. People think that if they don't tip and they just basically, oh, give them a living wage, give them a good wage. Do you know what will happen? Everything will skyrocket, and you're not going to want to buy anything. You're not going to want to pay for anything. It's so crazy. But when you think about it, after cooking chicken cutlets, that's what it reminds me of. It's crazy. I've made chicken cutlets. I made chicken cutlets. I made my mayfloys. I've been craving them every day for a month. I love it. I love it. So that's another thing. Chicken cutlets, like the coating on the outside has to taste good, like, too. Like, you know what I mean? So I've never tried Lowry's. I literally live by like salt. I have badia pepper, adobo, like stuff like that. But I make sure it's seasoned good all the time. That's why I hate when they like shit on white girls cooking. I'm like, bitch, you gotta make sure, you gotta know where they were raised. Like, come on, man. International blue water. No one Google that. Don't listen to Connor in the chat, please. He's just mad I got the dogs in the divorce. Thank you, Sarah. I love that you're here. I didn't see your name, my lovey. You never had beef ribs? I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure that when I order ribs, the only time I get ribs is fucking spare. Oh, wait. Like, are you talking about, like, just ribs? No, because that's a fucking pig. Isn't it? Hold on. Anthony, if you go to like Floramos or like Chili's and order ribs, is that a pig or a cow? It's a pig, right? So I've never had beef ribs then. Where? In Georgia? Okay, that would make sense then. Thank you. No, I've never had beef ribs, but he said that we may have had them when we drove through Georgia to get home from Florida last May. And I may have had them then. Sarah, I love your little picture there, you cutie pie. Yeah, at least like, and again, it's one of those things now, like where it's just the two of us. So, and we're the worst, like we're the fucking worst. You never want to be out with us if we're trying to figure out where to go out to eat. Cause I'm like, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. Apparently when Kelsey was trying to, sorry guys, moving along from the beef ribs. Apparently when Kelsey was testifying about trying to kill herself, ADA Moriarty was like, what? Oh my God. Oh my God. So Hell of a Good is fantastic. So for the people listening, I'm sorry guys, I was asked to read the comments and questions out loud for people listening. What about a good sour cream with onion soup mixed for chips? Chef's kiss. Bomb. And I hate onions. So again, but that's like one of my favorite things. Hell of a Good is really good too if you don't have that. But there's nothing better than the old onion soup pack and sour cream for chips. Nothing better. Good morning. It's 1:50 here. I don't know where you are, but we're in the afternoon, lovey. I can't believe it already. I feel like this day flew by. Yeah, we'll be able to see Jeno. If that did happen, we'll be able to see it. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if I've had beef ribs. I really don't. Again, isn't that funny though? If I did have it, he said the only time it would have been was Georgia. I'm going to call him that now, Sweet Baby Ray. That's his name. Yes, please. Maria's going to help me start us off. I love it. Yes, please send it. Send it. Absolutely. My mother-in-law made like really good meatballs, and after she passed away, that was one of the things my father-in-law focused on with my daughter was making, gave all the best because I don't eat pork. I'm not Muslim, shape pork. Okay, understood. So when she passed, one of their major goals was to make meatballs that tasted like hers, obviously. And I'll never forget the one day, this was years ago, that they kind of like, cracked the code or cracked the recipe. And as sure as shit, it was, and then they were both so really proud. Like even he was like, oh, Kyla, I think we got it. I think we made Nana's meatballs. You know what I mean? So it was cute. And he always made them. Now I'm like, fuck, I wish he wrote the recipe down, but I don't know. I think I might still have it. Yes, please send me it. Do not fuck with Erica. She's our girl. Yeah, go that low. Great job showing people struggle. Piece of shit. Yeah, they're all just assholes, Jerry. Tomatoes or plum tomatoes are what we use for sauce. Yeah. She definitely only used pastine. 100%. Yep, I will always make sure to clean the table after we eat. It's easier. Well, so that's the thing, though, Jess. I don't mind you doing that. Like, I would rather you leave the mess, right? But you have people that do that, right? They leave the mess and then they tip 10%. And I'm like, fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, bitch. You let these kids tear all this fucking paper up. It's everywhere now. And you leave me 10%. Fuck you, bitch. But I keep my head up and I keep smiling and I do my job. Maria, what'd she say? I can't even, I'm feeding a family of 10. I live alone. I hear ya. No, and that's, and even still, people are like, oh, well, hasn't it gone up? Oh, yeah, it went up to $5 an hour. Thanks. It's funny. What did Jack say? That sounded good. Mixed Franks. Oh, it's so good. So good. Or even on a grilled chicken sandwich. Frank's and Sweet Baby Ray's. So good. What is Jen? Jen, what are you talking about your burger for? What do you mean your burger will be $40? 60 with fries. What? She's funny. Good afternoon, 420. Nice to see you, Lovey. Thank you for being here. It is a fantastic combo. I struggle with sobriety every day. Shame on you motherfuckers. Come at me, arrogant. She's true. Yeah, they can go fuck themselves. And that's my thing too. Like, imagine if I was an addict struggling with like sobriety and stuff like that, and that's how they're talking about me. It's so crazy that that's how low they go about people they've never even fucking met in their lives. Oh my God. I'm number 11 of 13 kids. We all sat down together at the same time, Nona too. Everyone asks. It was like a long picnic table. Mom at one end, Dad at the other. Nona between two benches on the boys' side. I love that. I love that though. I get it. All right. I'm taken out on a restraining order on the door. I'll fucking kill you. Shut up. Just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, now it's Erica and TV making out fucking. Yeah, yeah, they said something stupid. This was like a couple weeks ago, but you're fucking idiots. Who cares? Oh, that's so sweet, Bailey. Absolutely. I love that. Yeah, I'm always like, hey, mention me on Google. Not that, I mean, they do check it, but one day this lady fucking lied about me and left a shitty review, spelt my name wrong and everything. I was like, whatever. I don't know who that is. Yes, if you're just getting here, please like and subscribe. He always knows the answer, Jen. Always. That's the problem. Oh, my poor guy. 20 years. I'm like, yeah, see, lamb ribs, never had them, never even heard of them. I'm an Italian immigrant, hence cooking for 10. Yeah, always from scratch. God bless you. Maria, I'm coming to visit you, Maria. K-Bell says, is it Southern thing? Oh, beef ribs are you. That's what I figured. Up here, it's pork over beef, but you can get beef ribs yourself. I didn't know that. I think I've seen them at the supermarket. They're definitely bigger, obviously, I would assume, right? Because a cow's bigger than a pig. I guess depending on the thing. Floramos rib bone, is that the place? So they've moved around a couple times, Bailey. They're actually in Revere now, I think, on the beach. I gotta get over there before they fucking close again. I miss their steak tips. They're so good. I use their no, I lied. I use the New Bridge Cafe in Chelsea. I use their you can only get their salad dressing at Market Basket. I buy like 4 of them. Coco in the house. Hello, darling. I've never had. The only time. Oh God, I'm going to watch it now, right on this show, bitch. Anyone live outside? I don't think so. Stay tips from the New Bridge, baby. You know what's up. That's it. Would you say 10 minutes ago? I know, Jen. That's why I said I'm so far fucking behind. Undercover. Hurt fingers. Raise your hand if it prevents you from hitting. I love him. So funny. Have you had donuts from Market Basket? No. No. Thank you, Ray. You're the best. Newbridge used to be my life. So good, right? So good. So good. You made donuts this morning? That's awesome. You're the best. Do you have the kids for like just the day? Do you watch them every day? I love that for you. Yeah, $1 for a donut. Yeah, I know. They're probably delicious too. Market Basket triggers my anxiety. I mean, same though, same. I love that she's still here. Where is she from originally? All right, let me see something real quick. What is she criminally? No, that's that's Lacey. Shit. What's Lauren's thing? I want to show you guys how, damn, I just went from like 70 people to fucking 40. They don't like what we're talking about. No. I wanted to show you guys the picture Mary B made for me. And then we're going to go watch her short because she said it was funny. And then I'll do the quote later tonight. When I'm walking with you. Yes, common sense investigator. That's it. An hour ago, when Kelsey is acquitted tomorrow, we should all recognize the selfless work of Maza. He was Kelsey's turtle boy. You're the best. We love you, Maza. Ray, thank you for hanging out with me this afternoon. You're the best. All of you guys are amazing. I can't believe you're still here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. All right. Where did she send it? She sent it to my messenger. I've eaten 4. We would never judge you. 1437, or I might have got that wrong. So I am considering if YouTube ever comes through with the monetization. Hi, Lisa. She did phenomenal on the stand, right? Thank you for coming here. Wooden spoons, we got them, love. I got them. Chelsea Market Basket triggers my anxiety. I really go there. No, absolutely. I'm not missing an Erica Live. You're in the shower with me. Jess Fritz, I love you so much. You're the best. Absolutely. I'm the same way, though. I bring my phone in the shower, too, if I'm in the middle of something. I'm like, it makes the time go by. All right, now I can't get in my fucking messages. But yeah, if the monetization from YouTube comes through, I would like to maybe buy a new system where I can, like, I'm going to sit, like, at a desk anyways. I have a desk, but I just need to situate it. So big things are coming, but I want a place where I can sit there and actually feel comfortable on camera, not worry about background shit and everything else, which I've been trying to work on. And I know, like, sometimes I'm all over the place, so I don't want you guys to hate me for that. But yeah, I'm working on it. So I want to I want to get like some sort of a computer that is good for streaming, because this is what I want to do, and I want to make sure that like I can share 3 screens with you guys and show you guys what's going on, and documents and pictures and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I got to look into that. My husband thinks I'm crazy. You married me, dumbass. Same, exactly. They know what they got, and they love it. Oh. Justin getting pinched by the fashion police was so funny. Dude, why is this fucking computer taking forever? Annoying the shit out of me. Bruh. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to load this picture. Alright, you know what? Never mind. I'm just going to go into my phone because now I'm annoyed. Dude, it's so sick. I forgot about this one too. Hold on 1 second, guys. Sorry. My mom just said good afternoon. Just went last night, but last night, but when I'm walking with you. What the fuck? I know I forgot something, but now I can't remember. And I'm in the middle of a show, so I forget. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for texting me, though. Love you. My mother's at the store, and she's asking me, but I went last night. Wait, how can I find the clip that Jimmy made with Crawford's rant about his 2 black eyes and the legal and the cats? I just heard your commentary on Mike Crawford being mentioned. I'm fucking in it. If you can remember in the next 10 minutes, shoot me. Okay, thank you. So, sorry, my mother just texted me. And then someone that's in the courtroom right now texted me. Sorry. Yes, we can go for a walk. Well, I want to do members. I have to do a members only. So I'm thinking, like, I wish I could be a fly on the wall with everyone in the chat so I could see all of He's so funny. I love you guys so much. The security here at my show just asked me for a trial update. That's fucking awesome. I love Eric. Eric again, name it. Stop it right now. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Do y'all like literally the 5th person to say that to me though? And I just I could never. Yeah. You know what that like? I mean, I would, but I just. It's just like I couldn't. I can't. And again, it's not. I love you guys and I appreciate you and you guys supporting me. And you know, if you felt like you wanted to support and help me save for something like that, you know, I would love, like, that's in the future. But when people do things like that, like it reminds me that, like, it shows me I have a hard time talking about this. We can't tell. Jen O, come up and help me. She knows what I'm talking about. It just I don't know, like, I can't explain it, but I appreciate you. You're the best. I love you for saying that. And I'm talking about this comment. She's the best for saying that. I need to call David Blaine so he could pull a magic trick for me. I know, no shit. Listening to Erica reminds me of Beauty and the Beast. Am I the Beast, bitch? You do need to try one of the donuts at least once in your lifetime. Crazy Basket, that's a good one. You see Aiden telling Nick his mask. No, where? Online? Shut up. Shut up. Dude, fucking Timo. I wonder who texts Eric. Let's make a poll. So it was my mom. And then Anthony's downstairs cleaning out his dad's truck. Because it's on the street. Hi, Bless, Texas. Thank you for being here, babe. When you answer, buy a house, we will do. Yeah, that's. I said it the other night. I'm like, yeah, what am I gonna put on it? A fucking house? Like, and not only that, but like, if some of the stuff's expensive, like, it's like one of those things where, like, I would just rather, like, make a goal and like save for it. Do you know what I mean? And like then buy it and like or something like that. If like people wanted to help in that way, but I just feel so weird asking you guys for that stuff. But again, like I want to give you a product you enjoy, and you know, and as I feel like the more I've been doing this, the better I've been getting at it. Again, it definitely makes for a easier and better time if I know you are, babe. I know you are. No, and even if you did one, fuck it, I wouldn't care. You know that. But like, even if beds, stop it right the fuck now, Jen. Stop it. You're so fresh, so fresh. I wish. But I think the more I've gone on, the better I've probably gotten at it, at least in my head. But obviously, it is what it is. However you guys feel. But yeah, like that stuff just like it makes me think that like these people think that they're of the caliber he is, and that's okay. Like, great, you should think of that. But like that's what it is, Gen 2 is that how much it is. Like some of the stuff I need is like $50. Like I could never ask somebody to pay that. Like, but if you wanted to, like, if 10 people wanted to give me five, again, it's I guess it's one of those things. Like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, because now I say it all the time online and in Aiden's chat. I've said it on Twitter multiple times, is who the fuck are people to tell other grown adults how to spend their hard-earned money? You know, like, how dare you? Like, people talking shit about him buying Amazon, like, why people buying him stuff off Amazon. Why is that any of your fucking business? Like, again, the internet is big. These people do not have to be on our side of it. They choose to comment on things, and then they choose to open up that gate, and they choose to open up their lives to our comments and our opinions and our perception, because they allow it. It is what it is. But again, when you comment online, you're allowing. Oh, thank you. Thought it was 2:15. My bad. Hold on. Wait a minute. Izzy, get down now. Get down. Get down. Izzy, I'm gonna fucking beat your ass today. Is that what you need? Do you need a spanking? Izzy.
So I just, all right. So you want to keep that in, we'll just mark it as a chalk. So why don't we do this? And you want the version that says baby that H is the floor plan chalk. And I'm gonna Does the Commonwealth seek to present any rebuttal evidence? Okay, so the Commonwealth rests. Let's talk about.
Conference, I'll probably forget later.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that now. Waiving argument, thank you.
And I'm sorry, what was the last part?
No argument, just
Okay.
relying on the paper again.
All right, so the oral motion for required finding at the close of all the evidence is denied.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about let's conduct the charge conference, I guess. And I disseminated some proposed law related to the elements of assault by means of a dangerous weapon.
In writing that an assault can be committed in either of two ways. I just wanted to be clear that the Commonwealth need only prove one of the theories of assault.
Yeah, so
I'm sure you're on
I am, but your point is well taken. So what I tried to do is I tried to take my jury instruction and make it more applicable to here. But yes, I think we all agree that that under the two different theories, the SJC actually said not to use the term theory. There are two different types of assaults. It can be either or. Surprisingly, I didn't realize that it wouldn't need to be unanimous by the jury. Okay, so other than that, that's duly noted. Defense, your view of the law of the case?
We're fine with this, Your Honor, and I do acknowledge that it's two theories and it can be proved either way.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that's great. So let's talk about tomorrow. Let's talk about closing arguments. So we'll reconvene in the morning and 30 minutes each side for closings. You think that should suffice? Okay.
Yes, fine. Your Honor.
All right, and I'm not going to have like a buzzer or you're not going to like a trap door. You're not going to fall through and end up in the basement somewhere. But I'll diplomatically and gently warn you when you're getting close. All right. All right. So while we're talking about closings, I want there to be some ground rules. And the main ground rule that I have for this trial is that there should be no gratuitous character assassination, okay, by anyone, either side. It's not helpful. This is a straightforward case. Did the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an assault with a dangerous weapon? The stuff that happened before and after even, not to be cold, callous, and uncaring, are not before me. And it's just not helpful to have either side throw in gratuitous comments about someone's character. Obviously, you'll argue credibility, believability, and but I expect you to stay within the bounds of what would be expected at any trial. After the closings, you'll just we'll stay on the record, and you folks will just note your contentment with the exhibits. I think, is there 100 of them?
98.
98, okay. So the 98 exhibits will come up along with, you'll send up as well, Mr. Bruin, Exhibit C, which is the law, and Exhibit, I've already, H, which is the floor plan. So there'll be, just like in a jury trial, after you folks have noted your contentment, our court officer will bring it up to me, them up to me. I will deliberate. I have no idea how long or short of a period of time that it will take me. What my plan would be is, so let's say that I begin deliberations at 10:30. What I likely would tell you at that point is, let's plan on reconvening at 2 tomorrow afternoon, and then I will let Mr. Ruane know if that target is going to be successful or not. I obviously am going to take as much time as I need to reach a verdict. So it may be Friday morning or something. So you folks should make yourselves available. As I said, I intend to announce my verdict here in open court and give some explanation as to why I reached the verdict that I reached. Okay. Anything else? Just see if there's anything else in
No.
defense.
What time did you want to reconvene in the morning?
I'd like to start at 9 and yeah. Is that doable for everyone? Okay. Oh, and I also meant to, this may be obvious, but so the sequestration order is done now, is vacated. Okay, so folks that were subject to the sequestration order are no longer subject to it, can come in and watch the closings, or, et cetera. All right. All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right. See you, Teresa. Tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Holy shit, huh? Oh. Hello. Can you all hear me? Yes, I think so. I think you can. Yeah, wild, huh? So I guess, yeah, Friday, wild. Yeah, what the fuck, man? What the actual fuck? This is crazy. So, I mean, does he mean like the latest Friday, or it could come back like tomorrow? It could come back any day, like in between now and Friday, or I don't get it. Because then he says like, have yourselves prepared. And that's kind of fucked up, like to do to some, I'm not saying, like it's up to him. I get it. But it's like to do that to somebody in, like make them wait like that. Like poor Kelsey, dude, that's terrible. Blanket and monitor. Yeah. Sounds weird, right? What's Jess saying? Mary be here on headphone. Well, like I said, we're gonna be hanging out a lot this week then, but I don't know what that means like for tomorrow and stuff like that. Oh, that's where you did it. Okay, Erica. I was like, damn, this shit is so big. Like, why is it Why is it still that big? Oh, never mind. There I go. Erica, so silly. Okay, so that's how it normally is. And then you can do it like this or like this. I like this. Okay, awesome. Awesome, awesome. Sorry about that. Because the prosecution and aliens are being hateful little turds. Yeah. He spazzed out like that. That's why I don't. That's what I do. Yeah, do they work good? Are they loud? Because I want a pair that go over my head to talk to you guys. Like, I like that better. Like, to be able to listen to the show and stuff like that. I feel like it's like, I don't know. My laptop is older and I'm working on it. I have a tablet here I'm gonna set up, so we'll have that. But yeah, it's just a growing process, and I appreciate you guys being here for the journey. You guys being members or liking the video or being in here talking in the chat or subscribing or even hitting. I don't know how true that is, but Lacey said that if you hit the little heart at the side, like near the comments, it like actually helps the video. I guess I didn't know that either. But yeah, no, I appreciate everything you guys do for me, even being here. And that's going to help me grow. And that's going to help me get better equipment. And that's going to help me do better shows. And that's going to help me, move forward. And that's what I said. I love that you guys are here on this journey with me. And I appreciate it. And just don't think I take any of it lightly. I'm glad that we can cover things like this and that we can talk about things like this and that we can, make sure that, like that people are not only listening about it, but are hearing that other people in this state and beyond and in other countries have an opinion about it. And that's okay. We can use our voices in a healthy way to talk about things like that, I'm not perfect. I don't claim to be. I don't use the perfect language all the time, but I am comfortable here and I like being here with you guys and it makes me happy. Can you not do that? Can you go sit down, please? Thank you. Oi. But yeah, I just wanted to say that I love you guys and I have to do walk the walk later anyway, so I will be back in a couple of hours. I'm going to go help him clean out my father-in-law's truck and, I will be back. I love you guys. If you have any questions, just leave them down in the comment section. Or contact me. You guys know how to get in touch with me. Thank you so much for spending the day with me. I appreciate it. I love you. Yeah, I love my MacBook. Don't get it wrong, but I want to have like a little, I just want to get like a regular computer with a screen. I feel like a desktop. I want a desktop essentially, and one of those cute little keyboards. But yes, everybody say prayers for Kelsey. This is, today and the last couple of days have been all about her as needed. This poor woman is essentially fighting for her life at this point. They took her job, they took her fucking child, and they took her dog. And I'm sorry, but that was punishment. He wanted her alone, and none of those. I really am seeing the bigger picture now that I've heard from Kelsey. I'll tell you that right now. You see it a little bit differently. That's for damn sure. So I'm happy they put her up on that stand. And she held her own and she did well and she looked poised and she had her shoulders back and she looked great. She looked great. And she did so well. She was very well spoken. And yeah, so I want everybody to, positive thoughts, say a prayer for her. Let's hope that Judge Cart makes the right fucking decision. Let's pray that he saw through all of the nonsense and bullshit that, this prosecutor tried to put up there. I know who has the dog now. Who has the dog now? And the other thing too is yeah, the other parent is there, but the fact that you took, so here's my thing, right, is break it down for a second, right? So he went to the courthouse, said all this bullshit, all these lies. The judge approves it, right? Now you're telling me that who gave him the right to go get that fucking baby? He went to the courthouse and now she gets to go and claim her side. So neither of them are really at fault right now, right? So, but neither of them should have custody of that child. So she should have had the option of saying, oh no, I want that baby to go with my mom and dad. You know what I mean? He should have never been able to take custody of that child. And I pray to fucking God she sues this fucking state for every fucking penny, and the North Andover Police Department and anyone else that was involved in taking her dog. And her daughter, and her son rather. You know, like obviously Kaden, most important, you know what I mean? But they took the dog just to fucking be mean. And so she'd be alone, and so she'd feel, you know, like she was alone. They pushed her into that fucking corner, and he fucking helped him. The Andover Police Department helped him, North Andover. And that's the sad part. It's so fucking insane. I will say that, you know, hi Paula, I will say that definitely hearing from her, definitely helped with, you know, setting, you know, just more visually, and more of a where her mind was at the time, you know. And then denying Kelsey parents access to the baby is just fucking insane. They're not on the fucking restraining order, and this bitch knows that. Baptizing him before this was even figured out. Are you fucking kidding me? She missed his first fucking birthday. Are you kidding me? It is disgusting. It is fucking disgusting. Yeah, no, exactly. And someone said, I've never heard of someone losing custody of a pet, especially when there's no child involved. Exactly. They should have never had a hand in that. The judge should have never issued that. What did he say to the fucking judge that made the judge make that decision? That's what I want to know. It was an interview early on the break. My heart, listen, yeah, it's terrible. I'm still here, rewound for Kelsey's testimony. She missed his first everything, basically. Exactly. She missed so fucking much, just because her fucking ex-fiance is a little fucking cunt, and loves mommy, you know? That's basically what it comes down to. It's fucking gross. It really is gross. I will say, like, in my life, you know, thankfully, I've never had to deal with DCF, but I'll tell you right now, that's because honestly, and even as a young fucking mom, like, that shit terrified me, because I knew my aunt, one of my aunts called on my other aunt, like, just to be a bitch, like, but not realizing what it actually entails, you know what I mean? Like my other cousin had them involved in her. Like, I just never wanted them in my life because I didn't need them, thank God, by the grace of God. And I understand that some people do need services and stuff like that and need help, this, that, the other thing. But when DCF is called on you, that's, you know, again, it can, you know, be baseless and but they'll figure that out. They'll figure that out real fucking quick, you know? It's just insane. It's insane that, you know, even they weren't even involved in deciding, like, who got the kid. You know, it's just crazy. It's so crazy to me. Yeah. Justin is the Muppet in all this. He's so gross. Walked a dog years ago that went to the dad's every other week per court order. Well, so that's the other thing, right? Yeah. Oh, you're right. You're right, Jess. You're right. You're right. Yep. I was mistaken. I forgot about that. Dogs are property. Dogs are considered property in this state. So yes, on, like, if God forbid, you know, anything ever happened with me and Anthony, for instance, and we're not even fucking married, but like, if he wanted to keep, like, you know, I'd have to fight him for the dogs, essentially. Not that that would ever happen. He'd probably just give them to me because, no, I'm just kidding. He loves them too. But it's like, you know, yeah, I forgot about that. You're 100% right. So I guess the judge, again, but the judge, like him, what I'm saying is it's her dog. Okay. And so the baby's one thing. You want to go and tell your bullshit lies about the baby, fine. I can only imagine what he said about the fucking dog. Justin's still on the titty. You know that. I deserved to have my kids take. So, and that's the thing, right? Like, when I was fucking up, and even they didn't treat me that way. Yeah, right. He'd have 5. Yeah. Well, I don't get it. He had money to go to Hunter's house, but he didn't have money to go to meet Kelsey at the park. Yeah, that's my point, Kelly. That's her fucking dog. Why are you taking her dog? Dude. When they no, can't talk about it. Makes me sad. All right, listen. It is what time is it? 2:35. We've been going 5.5 hours. I love you all so much. I am going to hop off for a little bit and I'll be back in a little while. So set your notifications. Please like, subscribe the video, or subscribe to the channel. Please like the video. I will be back later. Maybe I'll show my face today. I haven't decided yet. But I want to thank you guys for being here, hanging out with me. It's really cool to be able to talk about this stuff while you're watching, the trials take place and things like that. I love you guys so much, and you really do mean a lot to me. And one day we're all going to meet each other, and we're all going to hang out, and y'all better fucking show up. But I will talk to you guys. I'll be back in a couple hours, so set your notifications. So if I go live, you'll get a notification that I'm live. But I will talk to you all shortly, okay? I know mine don't either. I don't know why I even said that, Mary. All right. Love y'all. Talk to you in a little bit. Bye.